we're doing. Because I think I'm doing good. Somebody asked me, like, uh, my all-time bestest friends in the world said, "How are you doing?" And I think I'm doing pretty good, but you might have to ask someone else. And he said, "You know, you say you're doing good. I think that means you're doing good." Okay, true. Um, I felt like being super funky today for whatever reason. Uh, very much mixing patterns, almost bordering on clashing them even. But I think I'm low key pulling it off. There's enough space and enough color blocking in the fit to excuse it as pattern mixing and not pattern clashing, right? The balance. It's okay. The texture gives it another element. I know. Okay. Um, you know what? Kind of want to tell you something. Do you think it's better to tell you here? It's about being a Scorpio and that lady that we've talked about and like how you're scared and how it just hit me. Yeah, like you shouldn't be or like you gotta embrace it. Yeah, that kind of conversation. Okay, because I was thinking about this. So Scorpios, they're all in touch. They're all in tune. Scorpio's literally the death card in the zodiac, or in the yeah, pretty much. Um, in the tarot, Scorpio's death. And all the water signs have their own level of intuition for sure because cancer every cancer I know is like has the maternal instinct intuition. Hey space bat. Um that kind of like we're just chatting for right now. I'm talking about Scorpio stuff, intuition. Um, but I'm open to do whatever if y'all want to pick a deck tonight or talk about anything in particular. Anything goes at this point. I'm starting so fucking early right now. I never start this early, ever. And the fact that I'm starting early, especially earlier than I've ever started early, is insane, right? So um, we'll do whatever. But right now, I'm talking about Scorpios and their intuition and water placements in general. There's Pisces season. That's why it was like Aquarius season was like, you're going to work it out and get all the information you need. And Pisces season, it's going to be like, whoop, coming through, flooding. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, it's hitting me hard. In a good way, I think. It's like a big tidal wave, but it feels happy to me. I don't really know. That's why I told my bestie you'd have to ask somebody else. I don't even know. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go. Okay, cool. So, um, cancers kind of have that energy about them as well. Again, I feel like it's tied to the maternal nature of cancer because one cardinal signs have very parental energy about them, whereas the water element is feminine, so you doubly get that maternal energy with cancer, and it gives them a natural intuition. And that's why a lot of cancers can be paranoid or negative because they like can see everything, and the ones that are more in tune with it are the ones that either practice it or are just happier in general, and the ones who are a bit more resistant to it, afraid of it, or whatever, are the ones who are kind of the cancers you don't like. You know what I'm saying? Like there's like two types of people in this world, right? So um it's kind of like there's an element, actually there's something that I want to tell somebody, and I don't know why it's coming to mind right now. They're a Capricorn. So maybe you're a Capricorn, and because I probably should not text them right now, because I'm streaming it because it's late. But this message of like, okay, all of a sudden you seem lighter and happier and less angry, and a lot of people seem equally angry or more angry than they were. And I personally am trying to get a grip on my anger and control my rage, and not get frustrated when people are completely random and make me question everything. Joking, you can never do that. But this message of like, wow, your growth. So if you're a Capricorn, that's like kudos for you, because I was thinking about someone in particular, but because this was a weird time, I feel like if you're a Capricorn, you're supposed to be recognized for how much I don't want to say how much you're controlling your anger, but how much you're curbing your enthusiasm. Maybe you watch that show. I don't know. I don't know how like growth, applause, especially if in terms of anger, especially maybe if that involves alcohol, because sometimes that's where anger and that trigger comes from in the first place. So good job on the growth, Caps. Special shout out to them for some reason, or just because of my real daily life. I notice when I sit back and think about people, the Capricorn stands out in my mind as wow, you're doing great compared to not compare. You never compare, but even compared to when I last saw you, right? That kind of thing. Cool, 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 cool. Um, back to speaking of cardinal signs, right? But back to the water intuition. 555. Pisces, I think, are a little more chaotic and less understanding, and they see it as this personal thing or like this secret ability that no one else knows about or understands. And it's like Pisces, literally anybody can be psychic. I mean, like it's like sure it's probably you too, but I'm a Taurus. I barely have any Pisces placements. I shouldn't say that. Having any sign as any placement is kind of a strong influence when it comes to those top six, right? My Mars is in Pisces. So when it comes to war, mine's all spiritual warfare, right? It's all psychological or something. And when I'm fighting with someone, I might say some mean shit because my Mercury is in Aries, right? So my tongue is like very fierce and fiery and like your chaotic dad energy that just is gonna maybe whoop your ass if you come home too soon, but also will always love you, right? Or so, like versus that Cancer kind of worry parental energy. Aries would be, still cardinal, but chaos, fire. So I might act angry or whatever, but my Mars being in Pisces is like I'm probably crying about it. Quite honestly, I'm not plotting revenge or even hating on anybody. Why don't they love me? Why don't they care? Why are we fighting? But it's like saying that just makes you vulnerable, right? But it's funny. You look at the chart. Just look at the chart. Yes, exactly. Why can't people just be nice to each other? But in the front, I'm like, fuck your bitch, and then click, that. I'm not gonna say the clicky claim, but it's not your bitch either. You know what I mean? It's just that kind of upfront. So it's kind of funny to see that it's Pisces season. So Pisces feel very individualistic for their abilities, but in reality, it's like, okay, you're more than likely to have those abilities as a Pisces, but anybody can have those abilities. Pisces, chill out. It's like not special. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Your intuition's not special. It's there for sure. You should trust it, but it's not in no way special. Scorpios, on the other hand, my God, my God, I never see an intuition like I do on a Scorpio or Scorpio placements. Because I'm a Scorpio rising, so that does dominate my whole thing. Dominates my whole thing. Um, but it's even the most disconnected or drunkest Scorpios can be so spot on with everything. Insane, insane. And that's why sometimes they're so likable, even when they're at their lowest. They're like very likable people because they know it's not that they know how to people please, like a Libra will people please and tell you what you want to hear. A Scorpio knows what needs to be said. So sometimes they really piss people off. And a lot of people don't like Scorpio because they are going to deliver a message. They are going to deliver a message. A lot of them are super in touch with death. That's why I started with death being the tarot card. A lot of them can see and hear and talk to dead people and have no fucking idea it's happening, right? They're like completely, totally not integrated into this world at all, and they'll still be able to do it. And I've seen it in real time with so many Scorpios I know that it did not click with me until tonight, just now, when it was you and I at the very beginning, my face that I recognize that in you, and that's why you feel followed and you gotta just be like, oh shit, that's why they talk to me just because they can. No, I was talking to my friend that I know was watching. I don't know. I don't. Yeah, maybe. So Scorpio is just like they sometimes feel haunted or scared or whatever, but it's like, yo, embrace it. You have the gift, the gift, the gift. Like the real gift, the Jesus gift. It's a Jesus gift. Jesus was a necromancer. He probably had some major Scorpio placement too. That's why, 1010. Woo! Yeah, that's, hey, you know? And what's the actual time? No, nothing. But still. Still, I'm just saying Scorpio placements, whoa, strong. Crazy. One just walk in? No, I don't know. But that's just what I want. That was my take on the intuitiveness of Scorpio. And I wanted to recognize, I wasn't trying to put the other two down. I wanted to recognize that all the water signs are super strong with their intuition. They're almost like born with it. And that's the thing. If you nurture it, it goes really well, especially for Cancer, right? But if you don't nurture it, then it goes to hell. And I feel like most Pisces like choose to avoid the nurturing, and Cancers are 50-50. Most Pisces are like content with the skill level they're at or oblivious to it and just as good as they would be ever. So a lot of them, I feel like not so many Pisces go in that direction of spirituality where they like become it, but they just have it. But Cancers are more 50-50, where the ones that don't kind of gets reckless and the ones that do flourish. It's really interesting. But it's Pisces season, so I'm talking water energy, but it really was inspired by the Scorpio thing. You probably just talk to dead people and you have yet to realize or admit to it. That's kind of the thing, is you're like, this lady creeps me out. She follows me. Yeah, well, she's the De los Muertos. No shit, Scorpio. Of course she does. She's trying to tell you hello. She's not like trying to scare you or take anything. She's saying, hi, child of mine. The fuck are you so scared of? Thought we were kidding. You know, that's what that is. Mm-hmm. Kinda, yeah. I just was talking to somebody who dealt with that, with the Scorpio, where they had no nothing, and they just said, blah, 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 get a little tipsy. Blah, 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 blah. Even our buddy that watches the stream, our little Jai, he's Scorpio too, and he's the one who I know when he's eating pizza, but he also knows when someone's watching. Like he says names and he'll fucking read shit. He don't do that stuff. I mean, I know him in real life. He don't do that stuff. He's just naturally intuitive like that. You know? So it's so many living examples in the past week that, listen, say that shit to my face, okay? I swear you probably are so gifted. Scorpio. That's facts. Maybe you will someday. You're still really young. Don't get too ahead of yourself. Okay, welcome everybody. What's going on? Do you guys want to pick a deck? You want me to go over them? I never played an ad. I don't know how much time I have. Ooh, it says the pre-roll clock isn't even rolling, so um we'll definitely have to roll some ads. I don't know when the pre-roll goes off. I hate that. I usually try to do it before anyone gets here, and I forgot today because I was immediately started talking. So, are you fucking kidding me? Bitch, I was wondering why you didn't say anything. I was wondering why you didn't say anything. I just spent the last 13 minutes talking to you. Okay, no, I'm gonna play some ads now. You brat. You didn't want to hear it. You didn't want to hear it. You said la 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 la. I don't want to hear it. Okay, what? Okay. Okay. You can send it, but I won't be able to listen to it until like the next ad break. But yeah, send it. It sounds creepy as fuck, honestly, and I'm sorry you're thinking about that right now. Oh, you did send it. Okay. Um, dun-dun-dun. Let's see. Did you send one song twice, by the way? Is this like metal? No, it's okay. Good. Not that into metal. It's like anime music. Yeah, it's the same link. Cool. Okay. What's up though? I thought it was what's up dog. Damn. Okay. So anyways, hey, welcome to the stream. we're um we're just chatting right now. This pink box will always mean that we're just chatting, so feel free to ask questions while we're in the screen or just say whatever you want, whatever you're thinking. Um, but when the chat moves to the other side and there's like a little turquoise box over there, then we're doing tarot, and then I ask you like, don't interrupt unless it's about the cards. Yeah, everyone left. Cool. It's fine. I like when it's just us. So, you know what I was thinking about? I'm not calling myself a sellout necessarily, but I feel like we know what happens to people like me, like the really radical truth seekers, the Fox Mulders of the world, or worse, the Martin Luther Kings. You know what I mean? The John Lennons, right? No, no, no. I'm not comparing myself, but I'm saying if I did have the crowd, I would bet that I'd be a lot less radical because that would be really fucking scary. I do often think of Bernie Sanders being in that predicament to this day, where he's like, I'm probably worth more to the movement alive than dead. Maybe I ought to play the game, right? Maybe he's evil like everybody else. Who knows? I'm just saying. I could totally vibe with that energy because I could see it. I could see myself chickening out, in a sense, but also always being so damn willing to die. I don't know that I would. Kind of an interesting thing. Kind of an interesting thing, right? That's what that song is like, right? Yeah, 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 yeah. It's been too long since I used this mug, even though I've been feeling grateful as fuck. So cool. Ooh, this God stuff. Mm, I was kind of leaning toward using the alien deck today. It is Kurt Cobain's birthday, but kind of barely anymore. It's like the end of his birthday. He popped in last night, had not shit to say because he came and talked to us like not even a month ago. So he was like very flattered that we threw him a party, but he was just kind of hanging out, kind of. I don't know. And then like I was receptive to it all day because a lot of times if I have someone planned out for a reading, there's usually a connection or a bond that forges during the day for me. It's part of the practice. It's part of what I do. It's part of the work. And I just wasn't feeling anything from him. It just didn't give me anything today. And again, it was more of like happy birthday. But again, I think just because he was popped in a month ago and had a lot to say, there's just really no updates at this point, and it feels redundant. And we'll catch up with him another time. Um, but his presence is so cute and calming. I have no other way to explain it. And very, very happy birthday to someone I did never acknowledge. Isn't that so funny? I also actively kind of hated Nirvana in high school and then just dropped the hatred and never cared about them or listened to them or gave a fuck about Kurt Cobain. And then last Spicy season, he talked to me and I was like, oh, I kind of get it. He's a poet. I'm a poet. It's Spicy season. That's so cute. And I came around and realized, okay, the music's better than I thought. It was one guy who made me not like Nirvana. I shouldn't hold it against Kurt Cobain that some weirdo was a fan of his, right? And hey, it goes both ways, right, buddy? It goes both ways. Although I don't, buddy. So cool. Yeah, it's the same thing that happened with the Beatles or John Lennon. Sometimes you have to learn monumentous lessons about being wrong, changing your mind, being able to accept that perhaps you were in some capacity just in a difference of opinion to your own self or being kind of ignorant as hell, pun intended, I suppose. Um, but as for Kurt, not today so much. I added some stuff to the wall too, which I thought was cute. There's a thank you right here, but you can't see it. Alright, it's cute. Um, prints. I got some prints left over for Valentine's Day for sale if you want them. There's always so much we can say, but do we want to check out this mystery deck? It's my Gods, Goddesses, Guides, and Galactics deck. So it is also twin flame readings, which something told me today that I was going to do one, or kind of, I don't know if I wanted to do one necessarily. That kind of thing more or less frustrates me and was something that came to me, not something I came to, if that makes sense. Um, and it was because I was doing the alien readings. As soon as I say twin flame, people are like, I'm out. I was like, I get it. It's just not what you think it is over here. It's different. So the Gods, Goddess, Gods, and Galactics deck is the one that is the twin flame readings. So you said gods, so I thought that deck. Otherwise, we do have my mandala angels. Because again, if I say angel cards, people are like, ugh, boring. And it's like, I'm not talking about the archangels. This is not Doreen Virtue. How dare you ever think that I would have some tomfoolery like that even before she admitted to being a fraud or whatever the fuck she did. That damn fucking whatever. Also, Kurt Cobain would have been 55 today, hence the title of the video. Happy birthday, Kurt. Cheers. Coffee. Seems like a very Seattle grunge thing to be drinking, don't you think? Big, cozy diner vibes. I'm getting a very specific image of him sitting in a diner in Seattle, actually. I don't know if there was one that he was famous for going to, but that kind of made him, that moved him a little bit. That was one of the underrated things you miss about life when you're gone, is you think you miss the people so much, but being able to watch over them or being anywhere you want, it's just like the moments that you felt dead during life are the ones that you kind of not regret, or like maybe just get sentimental over, because at that time you knew something that you didn't really know. Kind of. See? See? You see what I'm saying about Scorpios just naturally being intuitive? You didn't, I mean, you could have maybe saw my story and remembered it was coffee, but it's the knowing, the smelling, that's what I was saying the other night on stream a couple times this past week. Only a couple people confirm it, so sometimes like I might say something and no one tells me if it's right, but then when it someone's there and says, "Oh yeah, that was me," it makes me wonder how accurate it is when no one confirms, because I do have a lot of lurkers who just like never chat, so they're not going to pop in and be like, "Yes, I'm eating a plate of fruit right now," like you said. That would be even weirder. Like, who the fuck are you? Just lurking this whole time? No, I don't know. But yeah, that's been happening a lot on the stream lately. So it's not lost on me, that's for sure. That's yeah. So, cool. But yeah, do we wanna do that? That sucks, by the way. I hope people in your life are always honest with you about the state of your being. That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying since day one. And there's still people who doubt me, as if this is something that I like am trying to convince people of, but rather just naturally came to. Yeah. Like, who would choose to just be nosy, invasive, and in people's heads and thoughts and prayers all the time? Like, that's, it's just like, it's something that happens. I don't know how else to explain that. It's like, I've let it grow because I knew there was no escaping it in a sense. So I nurtured it because it's like ever since I was a kid, I've been saying creepy shit. Been way too spot on accurate. Just been the whole astral plane stuff. I've talked about the deep dreams, where I'm like lucid dreaming, able to fly by the time I'm like in third grade. And some people take their whole life to learn how to lucid dream. And I'm just like, oh, okay. Learning so fast where it's just like, yeah, okay. I think that I'm meant to do that. But some people think that it's like maybe a con thing or that I, again, am trying to convince anyone that they should trust me. Look at the way I fidget because I hope people trust me. But at the same time, I would never force it upon anyone. And that's misconstruing to me, or it seems devious. It seems more devious than it is because it's very rarely like me seeking any information, but just rather information that comes to me and me being like, "Oh my god, okay, hi, I can hear you. I can hear that. I can tell. I can know. I yeah, hi, okay. What do you want me to do? How do I get through? How do I talk to you because in human form, nothing is being said, but in here, okay, shh. It's frustrating. Again, a choice, bleh. Convince anyone. That's why I actually said that today on my fucking story that like more people see because it's attached to my Facebook. It's like, there's still like a modem of embarrassment that loads with doing this kind of stuff because other people my age or from where I'm from or that I've always known or in my family or whatever, they nobody does this shit like this. Like some of them practice privately or like have in the past or back in the day or or starting. But I'm the only person that I know like in pretty like in real life up close. It does work, especially to the level, to the extent, and the aesthetic that I do it in. So there's still like this level of like, fear of humiliation, right? Because I choose to be shameless for the most part. But there's always that nervousness, right? That I'm like, whew, it's weird, right? People probably do judge me. I get that. People probably do wonder what the fuck I do. I get that. So today I said something to the effect of, yes, I'm hot and cool. Watch me talk. It was different than that. It was, yes, actually, it is my job to look hot and know things. And yes, you can watch. I should have thrown on smoke pot because that just would have really sealed the deal. Um, Nothing to envy, folks, I promise. Because it gets overwhelming and creepy at times, like I was just saying. You don't always necessarily want to be up in people's business, and everybody's business is up in you. So you're like, all right, can we sort through some of this? Because I'm not trying to carry anybody's baggage. The fuck is this? Unpack it. And they're like, well, unpack it for me. No, it's not how this works. You could pay me to do that, but you can't just dwell on me so much that I start to resolve your issues for you. That's that's a thing that you are not allowed to do. You know what I'm saying? Like there's boundaries, right? You can't just be like, you gotta, 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 like you can't just, ah. I'm way too strong for that. Dummy. The fuck? Okay, so it should be an interesting end to the year. That's for goddamn sure. I hope y'all are gonna for real be sober for Merry Moment. Be sober for Pisces season because it's gonna be a challenge, but it's sacrificial. It's Lenten. It's time, right? You want a good 2023 zodiac cycle. You want to see the best in people. You want people to bring the best to you. Then fucking do it. Okay. No. I listen, if you again, okay, I think you just walked in. So you missed like the how that conversation started was how it's like completely far from a choice. Like so far from a choice. Like I have literally just been doing this since I was a kid. Partially probably because of Catholic school, another partial because I got into psychedelics. I don't know. It was just always gonna be that way. Um by the way, Catholic school and psychedelics were like this far apart, not like consequentially skipped a lot in between there. Going to fucking 50 plus funerals by the time I was 14 probably did help with the necromancy though, and like learning people's intuitions and spotting emotions and becoming empathetic, right? It was never about people pleasing. It was like observing all of these things, a knowing of death and the curiosity of death, right? Um, but there was always this sense of denial about any of that stuff existing because I never had outward proof. So like there was never a search or desire to be spiritual for a long time. So naturally, there was no boundary for that because, like, if you don't know what's going on, how would you have a boundary? As a kid, I didn't talk to other kids or my parents or my siblings or anybody about my astral projection dreams. That was between me and my stuffed animal army on my bed. And that's why they were there because I didn't want to feel alone. And I didn't want to tell anyone because they were pretty intense dreams, sometimes nightmares. But a lot of the training, the school, it would just be, oh God, I thought I woke up and then I started dreaming that I was awake and getting dressed and ready for school and now I'm late for school every day, even though I lived down the street from my school. I was at school in my dreams all fucking night trying to learn to run while sleeping. So it was like, fucking Christ. Um, what was the sense in keeping that a secret other than having the understanding, even back then, that people were never going to be able to understand if that was not the path that they were going to go down? And once again, I still don't really know anybody who's gone down this path like in real life. I have a few internet friends I've made who are also spiritual practitioners, but we all do different things. There are a few people in real life that I do know, but they again different things. Like I know a Reiki master, but she can do tarot, but doesn't. Like she does it personally or privately. She doesn't just do readings for people. She can talk to dead people, but she don't want to. You know what I mean? So it's a unique path. You got to embrace that people are just not going to understand you. Um, but yeah, right. I'm in attending since I was a fucking child, a baby. I kind of just don't even know why, other than I have a photographic memory or alien DNA. Decide for yourself. Like my earliest memory, I think I was probably still bald, man. I don't know how to explain it. They say you're not even supposed to be able to develop memory at the time, and it's like, according to what? According to whomst? Just because most people don't remember it, or maybe there's like so much trauma that we suppress it. I don't know, but consistently, it's weird, right? But I think it's very much tied to being able to be lucid when you're sleeping, is to have access to the timeline. So everything's fresh, everything's accessible, everything that you do becomes accessible that way. But that's something that, you know what, not gonna get into that too much right now. Um, so I was religious also, and God and Jesus and like Father, Son, Holy Spirit was like all I knew, and going to church. So like spirituality once again was not necessarily an option. Amen to that. Speaking of, speaking of, um, yeah. Uh, it was still hard, I think, even as it was developing and as it was happening. Because once again, if I was able to practice necromancy as a kid, but I just saw it as prayer. Kind of the concept of like, oh yeah, you talk to Jesus, Jesus talks back, but like Jesus ain't really actually talking back to anybody else. But like I never felt a need to say that because I thought that's how prayer worked. Okay, so having full blown conversations in church, like, yeah, where did I get all this information from? I remember when I was like going through a mental health crisis. This was like 6 years ago now, and I ended up in psych for 8 fucking days, bro. If you have if you've ever had a hold, 72-hour hold is pretty normal. If you've ever had a hold in psych, you would understand and fathom how long 8 days was. But I was just like, I don't know what to tell them to get out of here. I don't know. I got an involuntary, so it's like most people will like check themselves in, but I was like, I don't really know if I'm even allowed to leave. Um, you call that a vacation, but trying to be medicated when you're never medicated and being on the wrong meds is like a hellish torture. I was having nightmares every night, and then they fucking open the door, and you're like awake, and then still having the nightmares. Like it was psyched out. It was psyched out. This was like 6 years ago. 8 day hold, man, because I didn't even know what the fuck. I didn't even care. I was like, maybe this isn't so bad, but it was so bad. I just read this Salvador Dali book and was like, damn, I am so much like him, but I can't paint, like that. I can paint, but not like that. Anyway, no boundaries then either. It's very much, so much psychological warfare, even in the medical field, let alone with like the government or whatever you want to conglomerate you want to blame. But okay, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's just there's no reason to mention it. For a long time, I just figured that was like prayer. Um, but once again, that's how long I've been doing this and had absolutely no concept of it. When I finally did accept it all, my boundaries started to go up pretty hard, and I still didn't recognize how badly I needed them with certain people until more recently. And now that they are in place, I'm shocked, confused, and terrified of how much people were taking advantage of me, manipulating me, or being completely aware of who I was without me being aware of who I was for all that time. That's, yeah, absolutely fucking horrifying. That's why I would never actually recommend anybody do this stuff. It seems cool and fun and oh my god. No. This was fucking hellish torture for the last 30 fucking years to be able to be good at this. And even still, at what cost? Because people will always mock you, ridicule you, never understand you, isolate you, exile you, want to burn you at the fucking stake. Okay, hang you by the thread, the neck, whatever it is. That's like, and for what? For you to be unsafe, for you to have to be very strong, have boundaries, be on defense pretty much at all times. Like, come on. This ain't as easy as picking up a deck of tarot cards. Please. What the fuck? I studied necromancy for 25 years before I actually came out and called myself that. Like, don't play with me, bro. Ain't nobody playing with you. Okay, okay. Been really the dialect. Like, lady, why? I noticed it a lot lately. I don't know if it's because I'm on the internet too much. It's giving 2016, 2015. It was a bad era for everyone, I think. So it's like, what's that been? Other than like, there's probably someone that I low key channel when I've been sitting here the past couple weeks because I've only noticed it in the past few weeks that I've gotten very trying to reel that back in. Um, I think we all kind of. I hope we all kind of get that I'm a dork at the end of the day, and I just lean into whatever's leaning into me. So it's really hard to put up boundaries. I've always had protectors and people guiding me, and I can say like there are ties to things that culturally speaking I shouldn't have ties to. So I'm not super loud about them or super involved with them, but I feel them and they always do guide me and I do appreciate all of that. And like there's a lot of things that are coming full circle and it makes everything make sense. And it's like if the journey was long and arduous, perhaps the destination was a worthy one. But well, we'll see. We'll see. Makes sense to me. But to make sense of it, I mean, yeah, yeah, yep. The goal is to have Jesus talk back to you is the thing, and some religions embrace that, like even forms of Christianity with speaking in tongues and shit like that. They embrace it, but I feel like tongues is Squiddermajanky Doodle. I think it's aliens. I think it's aliens. I think most Christian religions is actually just aliens and people making the story more human and mystical for whatever reason instead of just extraterrestrial scientific. Um, but neither here nor there. It just seems like that kind of makes more sense. Miracles, technology, whatever. And I think that's why the Egyptian stuff always called to me, even when I was at the very beginning of my spiritual journey, rather than, I went from religious to atheist to spiritual, right? There were times, and my life was empty and dark and I was very into art, but I was very depressed in those years that I was more atheist and it was like a wanting to be agnostic and not really buying it, you know? So that's, yeah, good reflection. Good reflection. Well, and when you can conceptualize that, you can kind of embrace how closely they are here because yeah, they come to me all the time, but I'm there with them. They're the way that they can manipulate the things that they do, the perception we have of what reality is versus what reality actually is, or whatever, or the way that other beings are able to perceive reality, and the way that you can get into someone, just like you can go into space, you can access the space within someone, right? I keep noticing the angel numbers all the time. I just haven't really been saying anything, and it's like someone else maybe can count their own measures. I got like a minute until the pre-rolls. Well, we can keep talking. I'll roll 3 minutes of ads. We'll come back. We'll chat a little bit longer. Once the ad clock charges back up, we'll roll 3 more minutes of ads so that we can have like a full uninterrupted hour. And I can pull out the mystery deck if that's what we decided to do. Because the night is young and I have a French press. So we'll see. But for now, let's avoid the pre rolls and get this over with. Okay, let me acknowledge one thing. I probably should not say that I love people in DMs when I've never really fucking met them. It's very broad, generalized love. I obviously don't fucking know you. Just wanted to publicly clear that air. Um, Sorry. Not putting anybody on the spot 'cause I didn't say who, but Jesus, I can be silly sometimes. And I don't even realize it's silly because it's just genuine. I gotta remember to fill this on the next ad break, which once again, if I roll another one when the clock starts up, we'll have like an uninterrupted hour. Are we gonna do the mystery deck tonight? I can't believe I've been streaming for 50 minutes already. Oh my god. It feels like, what the fuck? Caffeine makes you go fast. Makes time go fast. Man, I was so heavily caffeinated as a child. It's crazy. It's just like, it's crazy. I love this cup so much. Sorry. Okay, I'm a little distracted. What are you gonna do? Um, thank you. You understand. Yeah, and so many people are afraid to say it. I think people are so serious about it because love can be such a control mechanism. And it's so easy to control, manipulate people with love and emotions. And there's been so many times in so many of our lives where people said, but don't you love me? If you love me, you would do this. Or, well, but I love you when they do something terrible. So, they're like, love means accepting you being shitty, doesn't it? And it's like, no, love is just loving someone despite the fact that they're shitty. Oh, okay. Okay, so I love you. I just said it to some rando on Twitch. Are you gonna be okay if I just keep saying I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you? Okay, because it's like the whole point is people don't hear it enough. It doesn't matter if it comes from me. The point is for you to get the message and receive the love from it rather than think, this bitch is in love with me. She's obsessed with me. Not you specifically. Sorry, I'm not trying to tangent you. I'm trying to help people digest their own experience. That's why somebody left. JK. JK, unless somebody got personally crushed from that lurk. Just kidding. So, yep. Amen. 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 And as the necromancer, you never know who's saying "I love you" when I say it, right? Like you literally just never know I never know who's coming through to say "I love you" when I say it to strangers. When I say it to, I like really catch people off guard because anytime some love you, anytime somebody helps me, like I'm having a day, I'm in public, I'm at the store, I'm in the drive-through, I'm in a restaurant, I'm walking, I'm doing something, I'm being served, in some way. Thank you, I love you. It's so natural. Oh my god, I love you. So natural. Like just oh love. Here, have some, have some, have some, have some. It's actually an infinite source that comes from within me. There's no way to deplete it entirely, unless you kill me. And even if you do, I think that the love that I share now will radiate for so long that even when you kill me, all my love will still be here. Because I'm just giving as much as I can and producing as much as I can and sharing as much as I can while I'm here because there's no way to be here forever. There's a way to be remembered for a long time and be felt for a long time. There's no way to be here forever. That's why we choose to be here now. Okay? That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Should we do a Ram Dass birthday party? Ram Dass, fucking Alan Watts, kind of other pretentious white dudes, maybe Timothy Leary. I'm not a huge fan, but so- yeah, I love that. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Uh, Tesla. Oh, Nikola Tesla. I don't see how he would be grouped in with that, but we've channeled him before. I did that for Halloween. He was like the third day. But he's a cool guy. He's a strange person. He's kind of Relatable. Yep. Kind of gotta give it up for Tesla. It's so funny that you would bring that up, and I just came back to this thought that I was having before I started the stream. So I was like, I don't know what tonight was. Oh, I didn't even source. I didn't even realize it was you. That's so funny. Hi. I thought you were space back because everybody's colors are so similar. And it was S. I wasn't even paying attention. Hi. um, but your name's Lavender, and I think theirs was too. But then Morphinage is like purple. Yeah. Um, but speaking of Tesla, okay, what a hero, right? Died poor and crazy, maybe fell in love with a dove. I've fallen in love with worse things than a dove. God, at least a bird is beautiful through and through. Doesn't shit either, just pees everything out, technically speaking. Um, but either way, uh, today I was thinking about how like I'm always like a greater good ass person, you know? Like I'm always gonna choose what's best for everyone over choosing what's best for myself. I'm trying to do a little bit better and focus more on choosing for myself instead of like just being like, well, the world needs that right now, or the community needs that right now, or these people need that right now, and the family needs that right now. I'm trying to be a little less like that and do what I want. But five. Part of what I want is to do good. So, right? It's like a little bit, oh, that's sad. That's wild. What a moment of love, though, and romance. Even if it's a bird. He can, he, we talked about that actually when I did the channel with him. Was he was saying he was, the blue electricity and he spoke to people and all that stuff came up. And I totally wasn't not even thinking about that until you mentioned all of this right now. The world, it's okay not to have a hero complex. It's okay to want to be a hero when the world needs saving because it does. People don't necessarily need saving, but the world is in dire straits, man. The planet is trashed. We are oversaturated with garbage. We are in constant production, overproduction, wasteful production. We have no real recycling system. We have very unrecyclable materials that just keep existing and coming into existence on a daily basis. We have a higher population than we've ever had. We're living in the years that we never thought were going to exist, and if they did exist, we thought they'd be very different. We're having a hard time understanding each other, communicating, despite the fact that communication levels are at an all-time high. The world is kind of in dire straits. I mean, it needs saving. So, hey, that's I thought that already happened, and it's billion. See what you just did? It's 8 billion, and we already did break that. It was like kind of recent. So the world is always gonna need saving. There's something wrong with choosing to want to save it. That's the whole thing. It's like there is a world to be saved out there. So never let anyone shit on your dreams. Never let anyone tell you that it's useless or worthless or made up or stupid. Because if it was, we wouldn't be in the midst of a climate crisis. We wouldn't be rallying for change. There wouldn't be protests all over the fucking world saying that we want to save ourselves, okay? So all of your efforts, any of your efforts that go towards being part of a bigger picture or a greater cause are completely worth it. Maybe even worth more than whatever fucking self-centered drive you have to exist in the way that we know is the downturn of society. Okay? So, agree. Agree. Well, I totally have addressed that before where I've said the same thing. The earth itself, yes. I feel like the world is the inhabitry, right? It's like everything that exists in the world. The world's not going to be fine. The planet, though, yeah, it could just become Jupiter, and then it's not really a world, is it? It's just a planet. Life is what makes something a world, right? Right. Yeah, the planet's fine, but the world not so much. We made it that way, right? Otherwise, it would just exist as a planet. It's not like the world of Pluto. It's just the planet of Pluto. So I do not redact my statement. The world does need saving. The planet, on the other hand, she'll just adjust. She don't give a fuck. Kill you all. Been trying. And these psychos are trying to breed us and breed us and breed us. Let Gaia save our soul, really. You know what I mean? So let's roll the ads. Get to an hour. Pull out the mystery deck, kind of on brand for the conversation we're having. Kind of feels right. I always say, I don't like opening with that deck, but honestly, I don't feel like doing anything else. So we'll get into it when I come back. I'm trying to reach out to you, yes, I'm talking to you. You're the one in the room. Share a moment, let's true. On something else, kind of bonkers. Okay, so we're only at like 15 minutes, so we'll do one chat a little bit, 1 minute, and then we'll do tarot. So if you don't already know, we're gonna start tarot in the next like 10 minutes. We're gonna do the mystery deck. I keep chickening out, but y'all, we're in the middle of a conversation. I don't want to just jump to tarot necessarily. And yeah, I do think that we do need a technological reset. I think that we're like in way too deep with the current setup as we all talk to each other on our communication devices. But the stuff we put in them is dangerous, and we don't even really. I don't care what anybody says. You can explain it to me however the fuck you want. None of us truly understand how the fuck this works. You could tell me, oh, it just transmits this one thing to. Oh, okay. Okay. Did you just fucking hear what you just said? Did you just fucking hear? And you don't believe that I can do that, but you believe the phone can do that? Okay. Okay. The phone can read your thoughts, but I can't. The fuck? How do you know I don't work with satellites? How do I know I don't work with satellites, bro? How do I know I don't fucking get to fucking the fuck? Man, tell me you know how it works again. Tell me you know how the internet works. Tell me you know how cell phones work. Tell me you know how a fucking webcam works. Okay, tell me that again. Tell me you understand RGB. Okay. Hmm. Bet. 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 You can explain it on such a technical fucking level. I still will not believe that you truly can conceptualize how it works because I don't think we really truly can. I just don't think we can. Because it literally just kind of defies everything we've ever known, right? So there's something about that, right? Something maybe non-human, a non-human element. We were barely figuring out electricity like 200 years ago, and you want to tell me that we just came up with the iPhone out of nowhere, basically? There's no fucking way. And then the creator of the iPhone attributes it to what? Lysergic acid diethylamide 25 itself. The fuck are you what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Fuck, ask yourselves that. That's so real. I kind of like my targeted ads too because it's like at least it's content I enjoy, right? How long have you been here? Did you just get here? Because I was literally just singing. Life is so French toast to me. If you wait too long, it's black and weak. In a fire of sheets and a burn to your feet and something dancing. And I guess I don't know. I'm trying to reach out to you. Yes, I'm talking to you. You're the one in the room. Share a moment. That's true. Yeah, see, I don't know. Don't you feel me? Feel your kind. Unity of all kinds. Unity of all kinds. Love that song. It's so funny because people get really annoyed with my music because I pick a song that I want to learn and so I'm gonna learn it. And how am I gonna learn it? By listening to it 2,785 times in a matter of 2 weeks. So by the time I know it and learn it and can sing it, everyone around me hates it and never wants to hear it again. So lucky for them, I get to sing it all the time now because I finally learned it. Now that everyone's sick of it, okay, good, 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 good. Um, so sometimes I think that's why a lot of Animal Collective songs I don't know because a lot of them are very perceivably annoying. So that's why I don't know all the words to some of their like Floridada. I'm never gonna really know that song. It's fun to sing. It's so fun to listen to. It's very cute. I've looked up the lyrics. There's no way I'd ever be able to learn that. Comically speaking. I'm very much enjoying the conversation, but I'm trying to get to the tarot, but nobody's really pushing me to do tarot. I'm pushing to do tarot. What's that about, y'all? Because the ad clock's up. Thank you. Thank you. That's why I've learned some Animal Collective songs. You should hear my swanky version of Purple Bottle with no instrumentals. Does any of you play piano? I got a big, big, big heartbeat. Yeah, I think you are the sweetest thing I've ever gonna. Feelings in the right loud. I've been having good days. Think we are the right age to start out peculiar ways. With good friendly home. Same. I was like learning a song by ear over the summer because the album that I made was like, fuck it, this song needs something. I'm gonna just fuck around on the piano, but the piano I have is really out of tune, and like nobody really wants to invest in it because it's just so far from being a priority to tune a piano that I'm not really committed to playing. Neither is anybody else. Plus, I love the wicked sounds of an untuned piano. Um, but I think that this recording of Purple Bottle that I have, it's like swanky, slowed down, jazzy. It sounds so. It's the cleanest take, but then at the end, I was like, "Woo!" and then started laughing because I was like, I'm not gonna do that part. So it's like not a full take, unfortunately. And then in retrospect, I was like, you should have just done a oh, woo, instead of a woo like the song. Duh. So maybe we would record it again. But I doubt I'm gonna learn it on piano if anybody else wants to learn how to play Purple Bottle really, really slow on the keys. I got the perfect track for you to cover an Animal Collective song. Okay, so kind of feel like we can always chat after the reading. So let's play this last ad. I think if I do 1 minute, we'll get to 60 minutes of no ads. But there's a chance I won't. It's only at 42 right now anyway. It'll be pretty damn close. So we have 1 minute. Get your shit together because I guess we're going to go in. You know, there's something about it that doesn't feel right. And I think it's because I'm kind of avoiding the reading as much as I keep saying I want to do it and knowing that other people want me to do it and knowing people keep popping in and popping out and waiting for the screen to change and waiting for me to be doing tarot. And I'm like, okay, 1, 1, 1, 1. I don't know if I'm. It's like kind of one of those things where I'm like, I don't know if I'm ready to hear the message as much as I'm ready to give the message. And this is the conundrum that I'm constantly fucking in, y'all. Is like everyone comes to me for advice. Everyone trusts my intuition. I've proven to be very extremely psychic and able to talk to dead people in ways that is inexplicable even to the biggest haters, doubters, and non-believers. Okay, come on. But then, like, when it comes to me in my life, God, well, I must just be fucking delusional, right? I have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. I made it all up when it comes to me, myself, and I. But with everyone else, it's just a 99.9% accuracy rating, a bullseye. Okay. Like, okay. But we're about to crack into these cards. So we'll see how it goes. BRB. I think maybe we'll do the 3 minutes. We'll do 3 minutes just to. Nice. Maybe I'll listen to the whole soundtrack. Okay, y'all. Okay, it's fucking time. Okay, cool. Yeah, great. Fuck. Okay. Cause okay. 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 That's the vibe. Okay. 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 Fuck. What is that? I don't know what I do not want from this right now. There's nothing wrong with delivering the message once again. There's something with accepting it. Fucking hard wins, hard passes, hard losses, hard lessons. That's that. But as much as I don't really listen to the Stones because I feel like there's some questionable dudes. She paints with colors everywhere. She combs her hair just like a rainbow. She paints with colors everywhere. Combs her hair just like a rainbow. It's like my one soft spot for the Stones. Just kind of like my one soft spot with Led Zeppelin is Going to California. But also Nico's version of I'm Not Saying is so good. It's like, fuck you, Jimmy Page. God damn it. Y'all are so gross. All of y'all so gross. Teenage girls. Okay. I'm not getting into conspiracy right now. This is the extraterrestrial portion of the evening. Okay, and the cards are going to say what needs to be said. The cards are going to say what they're going to say. Again, I'm very resilient to this message, to this reading right now, for obvious reasons, personal even. Okay, we get it. Barely shuffled and they're everywhere. Okay, cool. Cool. So this isn't the devil, so it's technically not the Capricorn card, but if you're going to sit here and pretend like this isn't a fucking Capricorn card, where it's this Earth, fifth position Earth, this tiefling looking woman, as if they don't look like the damn devil. There's not even the devil is not even a card in this deck. And revealing the Queen of Fire, 14th position. Okay, so we get it. King of Earth. We need more. No, okay. Yeah. 11th position, Earth. Heaven, Earth. Third position, Fire. It's kind of like the Fool journey. This stack seems too big, but I'll figure what out. Again, bottom of the deck is 14th position Earth, King of Earth. And then the top would be, or vice versa. Top of the deck is a King. Bottom of the deck is 8th position Fire. Feminine standing in her masculine energy. Okay, so Capricorn, it got called it out earlier, the Capricorn energy on here, and now it's like very much coming back up with the Capricorn stuff being between this card and the King of Earth and Heaven and Earth and whatever. Wow, I didn't even see this. Okay. Some still undecided. Some still undecided. Understood. Some indecisiveness. Okay. Yes. Heaven on earth. Yeah. Well, yeah. Right? That's what's on the table. That's what's at stake. Creating your own paradise, living your own dreams. Like, yeah, I see that. Okay, I get it. But underneath that is, well, 8th position air. the balancing act. And you have two swords, right? So one of sword he's holding by the handle and the other one he's holding by the point. Is it worth holding two swords if one gets you prepared for battle and the other one is hurting you, holding you back, holding you down? Why do you still have two? Is the thing. And under that is destiny. So as much as maybe the masculines are in contemplation right now, because I shuffled these cards and then looked down and was like, I see the spread. No. There's a handful here. There's a card face down on its side, and there's this like contemplative energy, right? But in the on top, we have the Queen of Fire in the upright, and a face down card of step up, and a step down on the other side. We have the King of Fire on its side, indecisive, right? So we're seeing like when both the masculine and feminine stand in masculine energy, the feminine is like, yeah, okay, I could do that. Fuck yeah, you want to be masculine about it? I'll be fucking masculine about it, no problem. All of a sudden, the masculine says, whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't know you would really go for that. I thought you would challenge me. I thought you were going to chase me. I thought you were going to try to convince me that your way was better. Whoa, 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 whoa. I wasn't really thinking about that. It's not that I wasn't serious, that I wasn't thinking. I got it. Okay. Now all of a sudden, retreat, retreat. I'm scared. Because somebody matched your energy? Now you're indecisive? Isn't that funny? What does it say about you? What's it saying about your energy if somebody matching your energy makes you hesitant? That's damn. Right. So what's the blockage in the connection? Five of fifth position water. Okay. Wishful thinking. This all was only wishful thinking. This all was only wishful thinking. And will you tell all your friends you got your right? Queen of Fire. She said, all right, peace out. Wishful thinking? No doubt. No reason to cloud, right? No problem. I'm out. So then what? Okay, let's find out. Look, this moved. Ooh. No gods, no masters, no dogs, no children. um, and back to fifth position Earth. That's confusing, isn't it? That sounds weird, doesn't it? That sounds like, okay, Queen of Air. No problem there. Femmes are like, oh, you want masculine energy? You want to act like that towards me? I can do that. That's cool. Let's do that. And then, oh, that's when your healing begins, when you finally get hurt. Boo fucking who? Boo fucking who? Boo fucking who? Okay. First position, water. Fourth position, water. They're extraterrestrials going to come down from the heavens and tell you how vain you are. How childish, feminine, that masculine is in its feminine, while the feminine's in its masculine. That's okay. Queen of water, baby. Stay with your mommy. Choices, choices, choices. Second position, air. It's all about duality. It's all about recognizing who you are, both sides of you. Third position, water. Bracing for anything, ready for anything, expecting change, and destiny, knowing that this unfolds regardless, right? That therein is the problem. Where does the line between choice and destiny lie? Because that's kind of the vibe here. It's like, sure. Everyone would love to drop out, walk away, and never do this again. Obviously. There would probably be no reason to reincarnate it if that were the case, or that easy, or, not samsara. Fuck. Yeah, okay. Okay. Anyways, Heaven on Earth and King of Earth. Okay. Okay. Eighth position, fire. Feminine. Matching the energy. Okay. Love? What? What? Because the whole thing was just, I don't know. And now it's Two of Cups. Now it's fucking number 12. Love. What? First position, fire. More extraterrestrials. Sometimes you have no choice. That is the whole point. There are things that must play out. There are lessons you have to grasp and learn and like work out. Sort through your business now. 10th position, air. You have no idea what's coming. You have no idea. You have no idea. Nobody does. The unknown. But there's a lot of wisdom and transformation that comes with this walking into oblivion. Second position, fire. The femmes coming up so much in the masculine this reading. I kind of dare wonder why. The fuck? That was this. It's been a minute since we used any of my decks, I feel like. Because I feel like I took a break from a lot of them. But I don't remember the last time I used this one. And it feels like feels very different. Okay. That's why, like, I was ready to do tarot. But there was something that I was like, not ready for this reading. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's just messy. It's like, okay, and what is the point of it then? Then there's so much to talk about, and yet kind of nothing. Kind of just nothing. The mother, the counselor, thought, death, rebirth, first position, air, intuition, the hero, ninth position, fire, having the whole world in your pocket, in your hands. Okay. Sixth position, fire, trucing, truce, coming to terms and making peace with things. And seventh position, fire, Umi, the feminine once again presenting masculine energy. And then bam, masculine, feminine. Okay. Some things never come to pass. Some things never finish. Some things never had a chance. Something, whatever. Okay. Whatever it is, everyone's completely aware of their intentions. But some people have integrity. Okay. The feminines right here got integrity. I know it's hard to see these cards. It's a lot of white. Light. But it's naked femme. Integrity. Ninth position, water, seeing the best in situations, looking up, rising to the top, seeing a way out. The maiden, once again, femmes going on a new journey. Do not think for 1 second that they give a fuck. Emotion and intellect, baby. That is that true femme, 11th position, water. Emotion, intellect. Sure, I can have emotions, but I'm smart enough to know when to play them, when to express them, when to need them, when to leave them, right? That's on high alert. Like, there's intuition, desire. Queen of Earth, 6th position, Earth. Okay, so. Okay. Oh my god. Earth, 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 Earth. We get it. The hero. You want to be the hero. You want to be the hero so bad. Healing, you're healing so you can be the hero. Yeah. So you can be a good dad, whatever. Capricorn energy again. King of Fire again. 2nd position. Fire. Double fem. Double fem looking at you like, is you the fuck? And you thinking you're playing your cards right. It seems like you're playing your cards right, and yet what the is this? Silly is what it is. But the hero and healing. So in order to go on the hero's journey, it involves a lot of healing. You have to understand the path you're going to go down on the hero's journey is a tough one. It's hard, full of adversity, lots of plots and twists and turns, and adversaries. So there's a lot of growth and a lot of healing and a lot of maturity that comes with that journey. So be sure you want to go down it before you do, because it seems like hero again. I just shuffled these cards. It seems like you can't let it go. Um, but oddly enough, 6th position water. The femmes are reaching out to help. Your guides are reaching out to help. You're saying, this is my hand, this is what I dealt, this is what I got. Your guides are like, come with us, hand it over. No, yes, no, whatever, you know? Heaven and Earth came up again with the Queen of Earth and the sixth position Earth. If you want it, then you've got to get it. You know, you can't just will it to you or manifest it or hope it happens in some way. Like, that's just so weird. And then to see that you're like, got all this other stuff going on anyways is like, kind of like, what? You can't just put it, put in you cannot put in all of your efforts, of the efforts you put in to an outcome, especially if the outcome is or involves a person. Okay. Okay. So you kind of can still deal with what the fuck goes on. That much is true. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. There is still the element of putting in the work, making the offer, showing up, making it clear, making it known, making it like the thing you want. Okay, you can't just be like, hope it's still there, gonna fixate on it as I work on myself and do these things. That's like, okay, once again, confusing energy. If you're like, no, I can't, I'm busy, I'm undecided, I don't know. Okay, but then you're also like fixated on it and I hope everything you do is the result of it, right? And people are there to help you on this journey of balancing dark and light or understanding your own duality or whatever. The femmes are supposed to be guiding you and your soulmates. You're to hold your hand through the process and you're like, I'll go alone. Nobody goes alone, man. Nobody goes alone. That's such bullshit that people have this idea like we're supposed to just suffer through life alone. No, that's what we have soulmates for. You know, karmics might give you a hard time, but soulmates give you an easier time. You know, come on, like so weird. Hold them tight. Grab those hands. Acceptance. Mortal fucking acceptance. A reminder to go with the flow. If you don't know what to say, the answer is to say anything because that's better than nothing at all. That's like you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Or look, we got Queen of Water at the bottom of the deck and seventh position Water at the top. When the feminine takes charge, she maybe even orchestrates things, and there is this like union. Look, it's a union. I don't understand. But it's like cut destiny, no. Oh, right. Fuck. Choices. Again, it's very repetitive. It's just the same amount of tarot in any deck. But there's kind of like it's like you can't choose to let go of something and then just hope you get another chance. This is the chance, buddy. This is the chance. It's kind of like you can't just be like, oh, well, once I got this done, then it'll be there, or if it's meant to be, blah blah blah. Like, nope, you're missing that door. You know, kind of maybe another 10 years from now. It's like this whole thing, hard to process, really. Destiny, yeah, I don't know. Seventh position fire again. Who me chosen? There's something that you are fighting this journey. Something you're fighting. The sage. You know better than to fight this. You know that you've been on this journey for a long time. The counselor. You've tried everything essentially, but you are meant to maybe go alone to get to your own destiny, right? It's okay to let people help you along the way because some people are very kind. But if I could save you any time, come on, give it to me. I'll keep it away. I okay. It's very repetitive though. Here's Body and Mind. This is a card we haven't seen yet. I don't think I've ever seen. I've never really get this card, Body and Mind. This is a cool ass card. I know you can't really see this much of the details, but it's a nice ass card. It's really cool. Very Gorgon. It's like snakes, but it's not snakes. It's coming from the third eye. It's about creating a bond between body and mind. And once again, eighth position air. We're seeing this like the balancing act. It's the one thing hurts me, one thing helps me. Why am I holding on to both? But also being able to balance the good and the bad and realizing that as much as you are ready for battle, you're constantly in battle also. And Queen of Fire, go where your passion's at. Go towards where the passion is. That's all that is, right? There's this third position, water again. Feminines bracing themselves, ready for the journey, going with the flow, strapped in, strapped up, whatever the fuck. Desire. They want this. But only because intuition. Something tells them that the masculine does too, but that's where the masculine's like, well, I'm still actually figuring that out and I'm undecided. Okay. Maybe because there is a child involved. Maybe because they are childish. But there might be a child involved. Let's see, what's the blockage? Emotion versus intellect. Okay. Okay. So balance that. Figure that out. Maybe discuss it. Maybe talk it out. Maybe realize that and acknowledge that if there's a source to this. Oh, I'm feeling these emotions, but it's going against my intellect, or it's going against my emotions, but I'm trying to use my intellect. Maybe you need to address that. It's called a wise mind. You're supposed to use a combination of both, and that if there is a source for that pain or indecisiveness, then you need to go to the source. Yeah. Oh, union. The source. The source. Oh my God. Okay. So the maiden, the union. It's repetitive. It gets repetitive. It's not that I don't like this deck. It's that if I don't do these check-in readings, I think with the more romantic side of things, it's harder to get like the channeled messages to come through with this deck. So it does feel like me throwing attitude or throwing shade or just tossing words around, tossing cards, because it's just like the narrative is so dry and so repetitive and so never changing that it's like I'm kind of tired of reading it. Like I don't fuck who would care about this? Who would care about this? Who would care about someone who's literally so obsessing and thought driven about something that they are still so indecisive about, cannot address, cannot admit to, cannot fucking. Okay. Nobody cares, man. You have to actually let stuff go if you've made the decision to let it go. There's a difference between ghosting and haunting. It's only ghosting if you leave without a trace. You're just haunting if you leave evidence or rub it in their face or fucking lurk and obsess. Like that's not ghosting just because you don't respond or whatever. Like that's the dumbest fucking thing I've heard all day. Okay? So this whole like, I don't know though, convince me, convince you of what? There's nothing to be convinced of. Holy fuck. Make peace with your goddamn selves, bro. Fuck. Masculine versus masculine. Putting the swords down. Stop with getting in the dick contests and the ego and the blah, blah, blah. The seneschal. Referee. Whistle. Blown. It's about to get different. Death and rebirth. You decide what dies. You decide what's reborn. You decide what you cut off. You decide what you give your life to, right? That's fine. That's your decision to make. But understand that if you were seeing someone without the mask and you don't like it, just expect that mask to go right back on. Okay? Because you like that even less. Ooh, ow, ooh, ow, ooh, ow, ow, ow. Okay, and what? Are you dead mouse? The fuck? Self. Focus on yourself, king. Okay. But oh, that's the feminine. That's right. The feminine's already in herself. The feminine already knows herself. That's the thing. Once you do know yourself, nothing can shake you of who you are or what you're becoming. There's nothing that can stop you in your tracks at that point if you really know who you are and know yourself, the maiden. You're on a voyage. There is no stopping that. When it's like, excuse you, but I know who I am. Thank you for trying to gaslight me into believing that I'm something else. Thank you for trying to convince yourself that you could change me. That's such a weird energy. Queen of Earth, you never will. You never will. My roots are too deep. My trees are too tall. And guess what? My mother is the mother of all mothers, right? Oh, hell. The mother card. Seated at the throne, the empress, really. So, just so you know, you might be dealing with some strong ass femmes too. And I love myself. Is that what's so confusing to you? You've never known someone to love themselves before? Someone who loved themselves has never loved you? Is that the holdup? Is that the hangup? Is that the fear? At the end of the day, you'd have to ask yourself that. Because I don't know your situation. I know it sounds like I do, but I don't. Okay, so you're in love. Get over it. Move on. Move towards it then. You know? Go for the love. Be the love. right? Love, 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 love. To second position, water is the Two of Cups in other decks, and that's the love card. And then right here, it's love. Seventh position, water. Again, this kind of like manipulation, orchestration, or just going with the flow in general. Emotion versus intellect right behind it. 10th position, air on its side. Not sure you want to go into the unknown because it's unknown. It's scary, right? But it's like, again, love drives all forces. Love drives all forces. Queen of water. Very much that maternal energy again. But then, yeah, love. And then this masculine, feminine, and this destiny, and this heaven and earth, and this seventh position earth. Very much the rooting, the grounding, the blooming, the alignments, right? Third position fire, walking away from it. Seeing that growth and saying, you know what? I'd rather not fuck you up, fam. Hey, thanks, man. Cool. Could have been even cooler had you just worked on yourself or discussed those things with me before you decided them for us. But either way, fucking cool. Get lost. That's love. No, you never change someone. Mask off? What are you not seeing, though? That you're the target? Fourth position, fucking fire. And the sage. What are you old too? No, I'm just kidding. Um, that was an interesting ass read. Once again, it's a very repetitive timeline. It's a very repetitive storyline. It's been sounding pretty much the same of this back and forth, tit for tat. Femmes in the lead. Femmes act like masculines, puts masculines in the lead for 2 seconds. Femmes are back in the lead. Like that's basically the whole story. The whole time. And it never really changes. It never gets better. It just never is, right? Like it like gets to the point that it makes me be like, it's all bullshit. My 99% accuracy rating, it doesn't even matter. Because this is so, what does any of it matter then? If that's what it is at the end of the day. Whatever. Counselor. Go to therapy. Okay, because that's what this is about. Right. I put this deck away now. I don't think we're getting to aliens. The aliens are very frustrated with us right now. They're very frustrated with the masculine energies right now. Fire signs, air signs, men, masculine leading people, mask presenting people, fire or air dominant people. The extraterrestrials are fucking mad. Okay, could be kind of water sign man angry, right? But the hero keeps popping up where it's like, do the right thing, do the right thing, do the right thing. And then there's like, but what's really the right thing? Oh my God. Oh my God. Nobody's got time for that. Nobody has time for that. Nobody has time to teach you the things you were supposed to be learning all this time. Nobody. King of Fire and second position Earth. You're dealing with a juggler. Okay. So come in full force. But just notice. You think for 1 second that this shit ain't balanced, you will be the next out, like Queen of Swords there. Like, I'm whole as I am. Thank you so much. That's where the femmes are at. I'm whole as I am. Thank you. Masculines. And you? They're like, less so. Yeah. A little bit more. I don't know. Okay, well, we don't know either, especially because you're non-communicative, unexpressive, difficult to talk to. Like, being fire, but I'm so passionate. The maid. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is this repetition? Fire. Blockage. Being ready for anything. That's somehow a bad thing. What is these future cards? I dropped some. Oh my god. Are you fucking? I just dropped that many, or did I not pick these up earlier? This is it. This is the final draws. The blockage is being ready for anything. Why? Because you're supposed to be expecting something. Okay? Let's unblock a few things. Let's do this together. Okay, there's like these two separate things. King of Water. We'll get to you next, okay? It's upside down. Second position, Fire. The two masculine energies of femme together, no longer working together. Integrity. No integrity in the situation. Okay. Choices, being indecisive, not making decisions. These are all the blockages, right? Preventing you from getting to what you want. Refusing to go on the journey, refusing to look at the self, refusing to leave the situation, refusing to better the self, whatever the case may be. Journey, yeah, two in a row. Journey in reverse and this third position, Fire in reverse, refusing to leave. Seventh position, Water in reverse. Okay. Is like either the masculine or just like the absence of the feminine. Like, okay, fine, then you miss out or you're going against the flow of things, right? But it could also be the choice is there, right? So, King of Water, looking at the parental figures or just water sign man or whatever. It's masculine presenting feminine, right? Ninth position, Earth. Femmes coming back to make an offer. Eighth position, Earth. The femmes standing their ground and standing in their own. And it being a good motherfucking offer. Three of third position, Air. Gaining knowledge, considering it, debating, doing research, kind of whatever. The Father. All right. Deep contemplation, wanted to step up, wanted to play the role, wanted to do the thing, be the leader, blah, blah, blah. Emperor energy. Seventh position, Air. Learning everything, using everything you've learned. Okay. Just was reading that book and now he's closed it and now he's speaking spells, right? And then sixth position, Earth, holding it down, holding it up, throwing it down, holding it up, putting everything in place, being the supporting person. 10th position, Water, completely orchestrated, completely in control, abundance, wisdom. Okay. What do you want to know? Because everything reads as inconclusive in my 55555 interpretations. It's all inconclusive. There's nothing left. The narrative is completely dead. Thank God it's Pisces season because that means it's the end of the year. So there will be a fresh cycle, new people, new beginnings come spring. Like that's kind of the whole point is that we are kind of closing things off where it's like if it's not going to work out, it's not going to work out. We can have our gorgeous goodbyes if they're long distance, mental, physical, spiritual, like whatever, that is happening. Right? That's happening regardless. You will be saying your goodbyes if you will not say your hellos, right? That's like the whole thing. There will never really be this chance again because it's going to be so much different later and later and later as things go on and nothing will ever really like working it all out, masculines just calculating masculine da, da, da. Then when you're minding your own business, oh hey, I'm back because I'm healed now. Okay, great. Feels like it. Brace yourself. Integrity. The crone counts are on its side. Counting's not working. Blah 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 blah. Brace yourself. Anything can happen. Okay. Feminine comes in with the offer and the scribe. It's all on record. This is like how it's supposed to go. Akashic records. Desire. Yeah. Okay. First position. Earth. The hero. Okay. I gotta put this deck away. I'm done. We're not getting cool fucking guided messages. We're getting fucking Hercules and other bullshit. More bullshit. This is just not the move tonight. I don't know. I tried it. I tried it. Thanks for the follow, by the way, hosters. Stay rooted in yourselves. Stay aligned to yourselves. Stay in your own energy. Stay ready, but stay powerful. Stay expecting some fake ass punk ass bitches to show up. Make peace with whatever you need to make peace with and learn to use your wise mind by combining your most emotional and your most intellectual self, using your logical side and your feelings, right, to combine and make the best possible choices. That's how you really level up. Who, me? Yes, bitch. Time to level up and align. This is always a great last card. I know the reading's really over. Focus on yourself. Done and dusted, baby. No, that's always a work in progress. It's something you do forever. It's something you do for eternity. And I think a lot of people just forget midway through and they're like, damn, yeah, I got to go back to that. You know? Femmes, it's officially begun. The masculines are going to heal themselves. Congratulations to all of us. Our prayers are being answered. Toxic masculinity is officially detoxing from the program. Love, the bottom of the deck. Okay. Choices. Yeah, the journey. They're not giving me jack shit. They're pissed. They've been pissed. They've been telling me they're pissed. They've been trying to tell me to not give up because they're trying to do some shit. And they're pissed that nobody's fucking doing it. So they're not really talking either. Can't imagine. Couldn't be me. That was exhausting. That was pointless. I hated that. I knew that was gonna be bad, and that's why I hesitated. Let's pick a different deck. Let's pick the next deck. That was kind of sad, wasn't it? It was annoying. It was such a drag. Like, what the fuck is the fucking point of saying that? Why does that need to be said? Like, no shit. Okay? Like, you don't have to decide anything, sir. Unmerry-go-round of emotion. Yeah. Yeah. It's just like, who's still on this thing? You know? Who's still the one when the femmes are like, hey, you want to get off there or no? Okay. By all means, keep spinning. We'll watch. Okay? And you could try to flip it back on the other person, but we know. We know, right? But New Year, new cycle. That's like the last time it was going to be like that. It's just going to be a totally different thing new people probably come spring. Start going out again, people just being out and about more in general. It's just springtime newness. A lot of people going through breakups and shit. It's just gonna be a great time come spring, I think, right? So pretty much, pretty much great, good. Um, because if you choose yourself first, then no one else has to choose you first. Period. So, keep your entanglements. Still don't give a fuck, and have fun with all your karmic retributions. You know, because you get yours your way, and I'll get my mine. That's perfect, perfect, perfect. Love it. Great. Goodbye. Um, what other decks are we vibing with? Do we know? Do we want the rundown? Do you want to make a choice? Kind of like, I think I'm gonna roll the ad. I still have 10 minutes until the break, but I can't just stay in this energy. It's weird. You have to know this is okay. Um, mm, okay. Be right back. Pick a deck or ask me about mine. Uh-oh, was it something I said? I'm gonna just take a break from tarot because everybody was talking with me and enjoying the stream way more when I was just talking. I don't get it. It's like people come on here and they beg me to do tarot and they wait for me to do tarot. And then once I start doing tarot, everybody dips, everybody shuts the fuck up. And then when I'm like, okay, any other decks? They're like, no. And it's like, cool. So should we just go back to talking, being jovial, and having fun with me instead of getting ripped the fuck to shreds? Like, I get it. Comes with the job. No one really wants to be that person. No one really wants to be the Reaper or the Reckoning or what the fuck ever. You know, some people just are. So, yeah, it got so quiet. I don't know. It just like seemed like, yeah, no, that was a huge, it was kind of a vibe killer, right? Like that's why it's odd to me that people like obsessively wait for me to pull cards and then I do, and it's like, yeah, it's still gonna be the same punk rock tarot readings that I always give. I don't know what you're expecting for me to say, yes, Jacob, you're the one. Some bullshit. Like I don't know the fuck. But honestly, if you're dealing with a Jacob or if you're a Jacob, then like yeah, take that message the fuck to heart. I've been looking for a Jacob for like 2 weeks now. I don't know what that's about. May have found one, but we didn't actually confirm his name was Jacob. It's irrelevant. Irrelevant. I feel very like not even like totally just I can see the stagnation and feel the stagnation and like I understand that for me, some of it felt personal, some of it felt like I don't know. During the reading it felt very personal. After the reading, when I walked away, I kind of spirit nudged me to recognize that maybe I was more delivering a message for someone else to hear rather than for me to hear. And that's cool. But I always take these things to heart where you gotta consider, you gotta put yourself in both situations. Just to check yourself. Ooh, could I have been this one? Could I align with that one? Did I do that? Did I do this? Have I improved since I've been that way? Blah, 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 blah. So I always try to take any given situation that I even hear about and try to put myself in both perspectives or even think of a time I was in either or both perspectives. So that's cool. There's just such a hard to put my finger on it. Um, because it does feel like blockages, right? It feels like other people blocking shit. That's what it really feels like. It does not feel like interpersonal blockages. It feels like as I remove the blockages from within, I noticed that there were actually still blockages without. Welcome, Tyler. Tyler Day? I don't know. Destroyer. Wait, I don't get it. Okay, hey. Anyways, um I like don't know what I was just saying because I think I was still bitching about that reading of this like stagnant energy and things just it's like it's not even cat and mouse if no one's moving. It's like texting. It's like mental texting. It's like not even putting in the effort to call, not putting in the effort to show up, not putting the effort into the chase or anything. But there's a secondary energy of like obsession and I don't get that. And I think that it would present itself as options. I got you. The destroyer. Destroyer. Yeah, I got you. And it's not a good time for tarot. Yeah, of course. I know I'm a smaller channel, but even when there's a lot of people here, I try to be able to talk to anybody who's willing to talk to me. It got very quiet. I was chatting with people, as you can see, I was chatting with people all evening, and then I kind of got into the cards, came back to this. It's been nothing but lurks, man. So welcome. What's your sun sign, brethren? And pronouns. Sorry, were you listening? Did we just have a conversation? Okay. Chat delay. Chat delays. Keeping my cool. It's okay. Yeah, no, everything's great. Oh no! The whole maybe that's purposeful because it was the lamest reading ever, and I don't know who the fuck it was for, but it certainly wasn't for us, Taurus. I'll tell you that much. Um, 21, 21. Yeah, I've been seeing angel numbers this whole reading. I just haven't been pointing them out like I usually do because it was too frequent. I kept noticing the time being like all the fours or fives. Um, and we're back. Dude, I love that movie. I still don't even get the premise. I watched it so many times and I felt like I always missed something at the beginning. I was so confused. I felt like I missed the prequel. Every time I watched that movie, I was like, what do you mean we're back? Where are they from? So funny. Oh my god. Who needs Jurassic Park when you literally have We're Back? Can I stream that somewhere? Who made that fucking movie? I need to watch that. 1993. Ooh, I could buy it or rent it on YouTube. Great cast. Okay. Wow. Fucking love it. Yeah, I need to fucking watch this. That's so dope. Um, cool. So yeah, what's up, everybody? Nothing. Two, two, two. Nothing is up. It's Pisces season. We're supposed to be partying, but we're also trying to not drink or smoke or have caffeine. So it's like, how do you party without that stuff? Especially if you can't even party with tarot cards, because the tarot cards are also lame and taking a break. It's like we're just gonna sit here and stare at each other. What do straight edge Christians do? They like abstain from everything I just listed that we're trying to abstain from for like literally a month. And I'm like out of ideas. There's nothing to be discussed, right? Like, I don't know. We could do some hot takes. I got so many hot takes all the time, anytime. I can roast some signs right now. I could roast the fuck out of some signs right now. We could just go in order, say whatever comes to mind. No, I'm just kidding. I'm getting attitude. It's giving attitude. Okay, so I'm getting this like sleepy feeling though, so we might kick back into the tarot. Did I end up ripping this bomb? Could be the weed, but no. Usually, if I get sleepy on stream when it's like this early, and I already took a long break. I'm like 2.5 hours in. Sleepiness usually indicates somebody might actually come through. I think one advantage of having those stupid readings and being like, that was so pointless, we never want to deal with this again, is because we're trying to clear out the energy that's blocking us so that we are making way or making room for people to come in and communicate, as I've been complaining for weeks about how the living are blocking the airways of communication amongst worlds, and it's pointless because y'all are in the same world. You have to stop doing that. That's like a very, very severe message that's going on. It's like, all right, this is where this is going. This is kind of a channel message. Should I go back to the tarot screen, or we're just going to accept this as it is? It could be me, it's them, it's all of us. It's I am kind of. If they tell me and I say it, and everybody has accepted my whatever, can I say stuff about myself? Does it count? There's really no way to quantify or verify the things that I say in any regard other than like personal accounts and verification in the that's right, that person exists. How'd you know that? So like if I'm saying something about myself, again, a lot of people are like, well, you're delusional, you're crazy, you don't know what you're talking about. I don't believe that stuff, blah 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 blah. And it's like, cool, I get it. Margin of error and also grandioseness or what the fuck ever. It doesn't matter. Council stuff. I feel like I can talk with them as much as I can talk for them. Okay? That's all I was getting at. There was never, it was not supposed to be built up to be this big ego moment, but just to say, it's not necessarily that I'm on the council or that this is a channel message or isn't a channel message, but it's a collective belief almost amongst things. This feedback, okay? Humans, humans of Earth, they're the silliest creatures in the whole world. They have everything in front of them. They have everything that they ever wanted, and they still search and want more. But they're afraid to change anything that they're doing or give up what they have or go for what it is that they think they want, as if not just to explore. It's very bizarre. It's like they understand absolutely nothing about the space around them and have no desire to, and yet also complain about the reality they're in, which they refuse to expand by any means necessary because they're living in luxury, they're living in comfort, and they're living in misery. They're living in these complaints. They're living in this idea that life is hard. Okay. It's crazy. It's sad. It's the easiest planet to live on, and y'all are just destroying it. It's so wild. There's so many people who are ready to take over. There's so many people who are ready to take over. It's sick. It's sick how they are waiting to prey on this planet. And y'all are the perfect prey for these predators, basically, because the situation's been out of control. It's already out of control. So, to tie up the airways with some of the shit that y'all tie up the airways with is starting to legitimately piss people off because they have gifted us these technologies, these phones, instant communication, tele communications, and the virtual aspect of it all, right? Like you can see each other. There's no reason when you have interplanet communication, or I'm sorry, when you have planetary communication, okay, you have no reason to use interplanetary communications, okay? You have no reason to be creeping on people, spying on people, lurking on people, even mentally, because that's exactly how you use space. These tools and resources are going to exist regardless of who or how they are used or interpreted, right? Okay, so if you are given the goddamn means to communicate, use the communication devices. Stop trying to mentally speak to one another. Stop trying to mentally get points across. Stop trying to talk about things, about people, about what you want, and do it directly because it can. It seems like this message came up the other day, and I was like, that seems really intense, but it's coming up again. It can get you killed. I don't think you realize what you're doing. Okay, if you're like new at magic, if you are messing with someone who's really good at magic, if you are kind of just trying to project your own negativity, is this can be something that simple. Whatever you're doing, it's okay to express how you feel, but write it down, put it in a text, say it out loud. You know, mentally holding on to it, whether you're bottling it up or addressing it, or once again, there's this like spell work aspect of it. If you're trying to do spell work about it, like you kind of gotta stop, especially if you're wishing death upon someone. Now, this is getting very specific, okay? If you are like literally wishing ill or wishing death upon someone, that's gonna backfire way harder than you can imagine. Okay, so you're not gonna be able to kill anyone, first of all. But second, it'll be you when it does. Like, that's that. because what the fuck are you doing and who are you and why are you here? Kind of, that's not our vibe around. We don't do hexes, we don't do curses. The fuck? We bless up on this channel. I have no idea. Sorry if that's like too personal of a message for somebody, but I imagine it's none of my regulars or this would have come up much, 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 much sooner. I always like to keep in mind if no one's feeling that or feeling accused, that sometimes I think that it can apply to someone watching the replay, especially if somebody clicks through and they ran up their half hour just to check it a bit here and there and they get to this point and they hear that, then it's for them. There's just some odd energy about that where it's like, better slow your roll. Better slow your roll. You probably have absolutely zero authority to be doing what you're doing. I don't know if this is the same person who came on here and had voodoo dolls or whatever when I was like, oh, I feel my arm. Oh, my arm. And I had to tell them that, like, that's not the doll that's telling me that. But okay, so it's not like just like I know what you're doing, but they know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. Kind of chills. Bleh. Okay, well, they stuck around if they're here. Cool. So basically, I think that's all we were saying is like, yeah, quit blocking up the airwaves. And that's exactly the type of shit that is blocking up the airwaves. Bad spell work, curses, hexes, X's, fucking missing Texas, fucking just, exhausting yourself in thought, repeating things or reading things and just day in and day out, just like fixating on whatever the fuck. You're blocking airways in that way too. If there's someone on your mind that much, to that degree, to that extent, you need to speak to them because that's like it is unhealthy. Yeah, it's like a god awful look. It's a very bad look. It's like I can't help you with that unless you like directly come to me and ask for help with that because it's not that you need a love spell to get this person in your life. You need a fucking cure all for yourself. That's what that's about. And then you'll see love come running back. But that is like if you were just like, I hope their lover dies and then they will become mine. What the fuck? You're kidding me. It's like crazy, man. No way. That's like no way. Yeah, this feels like really, really targeted specific energy. But some people come on here real strong, and that's why I don't do personal readings because sometimes it gets very personal. Where it's like, I don't know where that's coming from. I hope that ain't nothing to do with my life. But there is this like kind of perspective of like being able to resonate with something, reflect on other things, and possibly regurgitate your own things. I think, gosh, I don't know where that's going. It's just like real dark stuff. Just like real dark stuff. Um, what else is going on? What else is on anybody's like? We don't really need to keep talking about this. Is the thing. There's just not a whole lot going on right now because most people are like at the end of the road, at the end of their journeys, patiently waiting for the new year, celebrating the small wins and the victories they had along the way, reflecting on the past decade, seeing a 10-year cycle and seeing a new one becoming up and coming. and we're just relaxing and we're just all trying to get in the zone. I'm personally trying to figure out my creative direction because I went on that painting spell and then I was on a music kick and then I was like designing fucking skateboards and now I'm like I don't even know what I want to do right now because I think there are ships that are sailing coming into shores and there will be some sort of beacon that guides me towards the thing that I want the most or what the fuck I think of my purposes or should be doing or something. Like something will tell me. So there's very much this like resting period of like, okay, I do all this stuff. I've done a lot. It's all out there. Multiple streams of income. Cool. Just kind of chilling, waiting for it to be spring so all these seeds that I planted will bloom, right? Take that shit personally, right? Because that's just, yeah, we're at that very end of winter, very end of the zodiac cycle, the end of the year, um, kind of learning and becoming, and here we are. I think that's great. So when life is so French toast to me, you wait too long, it gets black and weak. Are we interested in any other decks, or have we had enough tarot? Is that because that's kind of my whole point? Is like any energy that's coming up tonight is gonna come out tonight because that's just the phase of life we're in. We're all satisfied. We got the answers we needed during Aquarius season. A lot of us aren't really asking the cards anything. That's sort of why the runaround is happening and the confusing energy, because anybody who's still seeking tarot and not just seeking the camaraderie or the philosophy of tarot right now and it's still seeking answers, it's like you got your answers and you're ignoring them. A lot of us are just kind of beside ourselves, just bored with the cards because we're like just trying to talk to each other, get to know each other, learn more without actually like seeking. I would like clarity because the only clarity I get is from myself. And even though I see things crystal clearly and understand where I'm coming from and what I want and where my life is going and accepting why it had to be this way and et cetera, there's still, the way that's uncertain to me. Once again, like I said, something will just come and it'll tell me because that's what I want clarity on is what do I do when I'm not doing tarot if I'm not doing tarot, etc. Um, because there is this vibe or this need to like not outright take a break from it because we can still mess around with some stuff. I feel like the cosmic deck of initiation's not very tarot-y where it is more inspiration, but there's this very, very heavy dooming energy surrounding the narratives because it is for people who like excuse you, you got your answer during aqua season. You know what it is, you know what it is, whether it was intuitive from a person, etc. Okay, it was like there, it was, yeah, there's no real questioning or dwelling. You did get your answer, you're just either ignoring it or missed it. Okay, so now take action upon that, like heed your warnings and move forward accordingly, you know. So I feel like if you're sitting pretty right now, you're just like basically the pros. Okay, we're just kind of chilling, waiting, trying to help people figure this shit out and buying our time until we get this new year going, right? We're just like, it's all right. It's all right. Anything that happens right now, we know it's like a last minute challenge. It's meant to test us, it's meant to be passed. It's meant to remind you, yeah, remember when you were an ass? Remember, do you see how this person could have been upset? Do you see how you were shortcoming here? Do you see how you were cruel and unkind? Do you see how that wasn't that long ago? This isn't reflecting on 10 years, but 10 minutes ago? Do you see that? It's like, whoa, okay, yeah, I do. Rather than, no, it's them. I've healed myself, it's them. Hey, it's not a good energy to have. It's, whoa, yeah, I kind of see how that pulled the worst out of me so easily. Maybe I am meant to walk away from this. Okay. But things that pull the best out of you, why are you still hesitating? Okay. Don't worry about them. Worry about you. Do what's best for you. Then moving to your happiness is what is best for you. Maintaining your happiness is what is best for you. Being able to take care of yourself and take care of your happiness is ultimately always what's going to be best for you. I am so knowledgeable and wise. Thank you for thinking that. If you were unconvinced about the mind reading, I heard that. Okay. It's creepy. I know it's creepy. Trust me, it's uncomfortable. It used to just be dead people and spirit, and it's getting to this point where I've been just practicing every night on stream, getting stronger and stronger right in front of y'all because I have no secrets. You still would never be able to catch up with me at this point because I continue to grow and I continue to develop, and I've already been doing this for like 25 years, 10 with cards. So, like, you can learn from me all you want. You could never be me. You could never become me. You could never be where I'm at. That's my job. That's my status. That's who I am. Make your own. Be your own. Do your own. Kind of like see your own. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. um, cool. What else is going on? Once again, it feels like I could zip, 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 zip all of you right now. I guess maybe I am going one by one down the line. There's only six of you, right? Some people might be sleeping, other people been lurking. Some people just my regulars. Not much to say to y'all. You know the message that is for you. The ones where like, okay, sitting pretty. Yeah, you know that you're just here to vibe. You know you're here just to make sure that you're on the right path, and you are. Okay, I could almost say your name on that one. So if you think it's you, then yeah, I mean you. Okay, you're doing great. So there's not much to say. There's not much left to unfold this month. You just have to wait because whatever you wanted, and whatever you gave or sacrificed to get it has come to fruition, and you will be receiving that because you did do the right thing or make a righteous decision to do what not only was best for you, but because you thought it was good, inherently good. I'm so that somebody on your friend too. It's like a grandmother, but maybe not your actual grandmother. She wears an apron and is holding a rolling pin. Um, Says you're good. So I guess that's like whoever that's for. What else we got? Another seven of you. I'm like just individually zapping people right now. Seventh wonder of the world. I immediately heard a song. Seventh, like the one who just joined, but I don't know if you. I don't know why the reference. If it's a you or me thing, but I immediately, especially because I just made this reference in the story I posted. So again, I don't know if this counts. Um, it's like I didn't need to say anything or do much. I could tell. That's what I thought immediately when the seventh showed up because I didn't even realize it, and I looked over and it was like a moment. So um, I don't know what that would have meant. And there's people coming in and out. Someone didn't want to get zapped. Someone didn't want to be seen. They were like, "Oh shit, coming in." Didn't get away though. They'll pop back. They do it all night, I think. That probably was about all five of you though. Number four, the fourth person who was in the chat tonight. I don't know if either one of us would know who that is. The color orange, if that means anything to you. Oh, probably actually what I'm saying makes more sense when I just see the name there. Um, I don't know. I'm getting this sense of like Jenna Ortega, but I might be thinking of that brand. Is it Ortega? I didn't even realize they have the same name. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like taco shells or something. or Jenna Ortega. I don't know. I'm seeing both. I'm seeing both. It's I don't know. Um, these cats is fucking around right now. I kind of want to go see what they're about. I wonder why they're fucking around so much right now. But that's maybe somebody else's cats are going off right now too. Um, I'm like wondering if someone is stuck. Give me a second, y'all. I gotta explore the situation. It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. Um, that popped in my head because I was like, it's a little bit funny how people constantly are like, "Ooh, I want a personal reading, personal reading, personal reading," and then I'm like, "What tarot deck do you want?" No answers. Okay, how about individual? No response. People leave like, you want it or not. It's like, get it how I give it, or don't take it at all. But please refrain from asking for it to be like y'all. It's okay. um, I think I tend to look this way because my art is there, right? So it's kind of nice to look at. Loving this happy face. Loving it. It's like a pin on a stick that I got at a flower shop. Beautiful, gorgeous, love it. Um, kind of like so lucky it's on a slant too, because then I was able to like get the stick out of the way for this little thank you. note right here. Yeah, super cute. Super cute. Um, cool. Well, I'm like borderline, almost like I very rarely ever get bored, but there's this sense of kind of almost an agitation, almost a who even cares if I'm doing this? That's that question. This is not something I've considered many nights because most nights it feels, even if there's no one talking or watching, and it's always the ebb and flow of the stream where it can be slow for a minute, it can get quiet and it picks up. Obviously people tuned in tonight. There's no reason to like dog what I do, just because one reading didn't go the way it was intended to or whatever. But it's more or less like a kind of like a about it. Hey everybody, what's going on? I don't have any tarot cards out right now. I do general readings pretty much. Been doing very too personal insight tonight instead of tarot cards, but if y'all want to pick a deck or want to know something in particular, I can list off what I got. We could pick one and we can get some general insight, but we're feeling a little weird about the tarot cards in this corner of the channel, of the tarot world, if you will. So feel free to ask me anything right now. We're in chat mode. So, hello, Illuminati Miss Stacks. How's it going? Moving with the ebbs and flows of the stream. I was very much kind of sitting here like was just trying to describe the way that I feel a little bit restless. It's not necessarily boredom, because I very rarely get bored and I very much have something to say pretty much all the time, even when I don't feel like speaking, right? So it doesn't bother me so much to do the stream. But there's a sense of agitation, I think, amongst many of us because we do have to just be patient and kind of go along with whatever's happening during Pisces season if we already know what's going to come for us come spring. Um, and, you know, right now we're practicing resolve, we're practicing sacrifice, we're kind of looking back and looking at ourselves and looking forward and planning accordingly and moving with grace and putting in the efforts to do the things we need to do. But see, others are still looking for answers because they're ignoring the ones they got. I don't know if somebody's actually eating chocolate, but that tasted like chocolate just now. Oh my god, so good. Dark chocolate, obviously, because it's espresso in a French press base. Okay, well, I didn't keep anybody who just joined us. It just feels like I should go. I don't know what to do, y'all. Nobody's really chatting. Of course, there's things I could talk about. I was in a good, kind of consistent conversation before the tarot, and part of me knew to hesitate. Thank you, Mac. Um, hesitate on the reading because I was like, I don't know. I feel like pressured to do this tarot right now, but I don't really feel like I want to. And now I regret it because I feel like we were in a really good flow of conversation and we were exchanging more and we were talking more. And then as soon as I pulled out the cards, everything got quiet and it got awkward. And it was like okay, and no, no, I don't. I think it would be cool. I've always been curious. Mine always struck me as weird for different reasons. Um, so it's something that was always very curious to me, but no, I don't. Do you? I think I can touch people's hands and read that. Take them by the fingers, even. That's why I don't always like shaking hands. In fact, I don't like shaking hands. I like to hold hands. People I choose to hold hands with. But I don't really like to shake hands. This is a good time for questions, though. Like that's kind of what this point is. And I'm bound to pull out some cards if anybody does have a request for a deck or the type of reading they want. But there's just nothing calling. Like we've done a lot in the past couple weeks. And I don't want to have to take a break from streaming as much as I feel like we just got to pivot the conversation for the upcoming weeks to close out Pisces season. And I think it'll just be more about, well, learning how to be direct rather than kind of like reading into stuff, right? And also perhaps rewiring, rewriting, reapproaching, resolving, reevaluating. Lots of these different re. It's almost like an email reply. I guess is that right? So that's kind of what Pisces season is about. Reflecting, more or less. It's the end of the zodiac year, end of the zodiac cycle. Water sign for a reason. It's time to reflect. It's time to like really ask yourself, was I that great to think that they were that bad? Because the answer is usually probably not. And that's okay, as long as you can reckon with that yourself, right? So at this point on this channel, in the next few weeks, it probably will be more talking than tarot. As much as I'm open to the tarot doesn't feel that open. It doesn't feel like there's a whole lot to say. We tried to pull out the mystery deck to get a channel message because I do like to communicate with extraterrestrials. And I used the deck that is specifically for gods, goddesses, guides, and galactics. And all we got was a lousy twin flame reading. Of course, twin flame readings come up with that deck because they are cosmic connections and they're not only divinely guided but intergalactically divided into the way that they play out on Earth or whatever. But that's neither here nor there. It was a shitty reading both ways because a big part of things was that in the last few months, we knew we were going to learn everything we needed to know during Aquarius season, whether that came from a course or a class you completed, or was your intuition or inner reading, or something that you heard from somebody, or something you saw, something that was talked about, somebody who came to you honestly, like they were being honest. Um, there is this need to accept that truth now. And those of us who have accepted that truth are feeling like, well, I still want to be involved in the tarot community. I still want to be on my spiritual journey. But actually, I feel no need for affirmations right now, right? Like a lot of us are feeling like that. And that's why some of you have stuck it out and listened to me talk, even though I'm not doing tarot readings right now. Whereas sometimes when I say I don't have any cards out, people dip immediately. But you're like, yeah, I don't really care. Don't really need the tarot to tell me anything. Um, so there is going to be a waiting period. This is not just like a couple days. It is the new moon. So you do want to kind of think about what you're trying to bring into your life. And I feel like maybe that's why that reading wasn't a good choice because it's not an energy we want to bring into this new cycle in this creative period of the new moon because we go through the releasing process during the full moon. When it's at its peak fullness, it needs to be drained and emptied. And when it gets to the new moon, it needs to be revived and created and grown. So we're in that period of the month where we're trying to create something new and make it magical, if you will. But until then, there will only be things to talk about. There won't be things to be said necessarily. There will be more open discussions, more learn. This is going to be about learning. This is going to be about taking notes. This is going to be about getting stronger, sharpening your skills, understanding yourself better, learning about yourself. It's like y'all are getting a little lolly boot camp on the Ellie Millie channel. Okay. It's going to be less tarot. I can just already tell. That's like one of the biggest messages that needed to come out tonight. Is like this new moon, we're bringing in many forms of art. We're bringing in many forms of communication. We're bringing in honesty, loyalty, dedication. We're bringing in all of these things coming together and coming to fruition, being the daydream, being the everything, being the moment, being the aesthetic, being the thing, being the star, on your own set. So That's, what we're preparing for. So we're trying to lie low, we're trying to duck down, we're trying to stay sober, we're trying to, not clown too much. But fuck yeah, had some awkward readings. But more often than not, there's always something to be said for anybody and everyone. Um, there's not been too many necessarily. It's not like, I don't know. People who are really insidious typically avoid things that would expose them or risk exposure of them, you know? So that's very rarely, a thing. I feel like there are certain instances where somebody might be like kind of doing the wrong thing or doing something bad, and I've exposed that. There have been a few awkward couples readings. Okay. Like stuff happens. But really evil people hate tarot, hate being exposed, hate being told what's wrong with them, hate getting those kind of messages, so they avoid me altogether. Or they avoid getting close to me, they avoid the card readings, they avoid, I typically don't get along with people who are very resilient. Um, so a lot of times people come with a lot of open mindedness, honesty, and love and care for others if they are getting a reading, I would say. I think that's probably not across the board necessarily, but often the case. Because you have to choose that road for yourself. I'm also, this part of my body started to itch, but it's not like a real itch. I don't know. I just started scratching myself there. If you got a tattoo recently, go put some Aquaphor in that shit and stop scratching it. You forgot you had a tattoo for a second. You're like, holy shit, yeah, I gotta stop scratching. Thank you so much. Stop. Put some Aquaphor on there. If you don't got Aquaphor, I guess use Vaseline, but you gotta avoid scented lotions right now. So that's, yeah. If you gotta go to the store, find something 24 hours, walk your happy ass there then. Okay? Quit scratching your tattoo, man. You just got that shit. Polaroid, is that you? That'd be crazy if it was. It'd be so fucking funny. It doesn't seem like it. He would have said something by now. Anyways, what's up? Yeah, I smoke weed on this channel because Twitch law is that if it's legal where I am, it's legal for me to do on Twitch. I'm taking questions. I am open to requests for decks, but we are in a period of learning and acquiring knowledge and sharing philosophies and having open discussions on this stream and probably for the rest of Pisces season. And we will be back with fresh new narratives for the year's beginning. And we're going to have a fun little kind of party situation for Aries season's beginning, which is March 20th. Oh, it's a Monday. No, wait, that's February. Where's March? Yeah, it's a Monday. That's perfect because I always stream on Monday nights. So we're going to have our New Year's celebration that day. Because I think Pisces season ends March 19th and Aries season starts March 20th, but Pisces seem to be under the impression that Pisces season ends March 20th and Aries season starts March 21st. So we'll have it during the transition between the days, obviously. But yeah, I'm thinking at this point, I had said a month ago, I said at the beginning of Aquarius season that I wasn't going to use any more decks until New Year's. So the fact that I've done readings, you can watch the VODs, you can watch some of the past couple weeks. I've been using a bunch of different decks, some new decks, some of my regular decks. Hi. You're so cute, and I've never seen you. So, mm, mm. um, I probably won't really be breaking out tarot until the 20th. It it just feels that way. If someone requests something or wants to know something or needs a message, and if anything, it will be the angel deck, my mandalas. That's it, because it's just inspiration. It's just reminding you like what you're meant to be doing and stuff. It's very inspiring. It's not very telling. It's not interpersonal. It's not about other people. It's not about drama like all the other decks. It has nothing to do with your job. It's like aligning with your divine purpose and highest self, and that's very inspirational. And that's it. I don't imagine we'll be using many other decks for the upcoming weeks. Kind of a month for the next month. If I'm gifted a deck, I will use it. Fair enough. But other than that, it just doesn't feel right. We intuitively know everything we need to know. No, yeah, no, don't be sorry. I'm only 3 hours into my stream. I started super early. I started like way earlier, and I'm gonna be up for it's literally on point. It's witching hour somewhere. It's 3 a.m. somewhere right now on the dot. So you're right on time, my witchiness. Um, that's what this is all about right now. We're just talking. I'm kind of retiring the cards for a bit. That was what I was getting at. I said it all night. We had a bunk ass fucking reading with the best deck in the decks. No offense, everybody, but we know that that's the deck. Kind of. Um, it just was repetitive, annoying. We're done. We're done. We were done last season. We knew what was going on. We got what we wanted or needed, and blah 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 blah. The bong? Thank you. It was a gift. But that means I'm gonna be streaming regularly, the same 4 days every week, and we're gonna have a whole bunch of stuff to talk about if I'm not gonna use tarot cards. And that doesn't mean that I won't get channel messages and stuff, or we won't get in the tarot zone in the next month. The cards are like, nope, no more. I can't be in love if it's plastic. To live on my own just seems tragic. And something arrives when the day comes. You thought it was gold, but it was bronze. So get here in time when that day comes. You thought it was gold, but it was bronze. Get here in time when the day comes. You thought it was gold, but it was bronze. So I guess it's goodbye, 'cause it's over. Nothing must change, we're just over. But if I see you again back in detox, put my remains in my snuff box. So get here in time when that day comes. You thought it was gold, but it was wrong. It's the theme song to the show Snuffbox because it's a Matt Berry song. I've never seen the show, but I fucking love me some Matt Berry. That man's a Taurus and the king of psychedelia. And Ali, I hope you knew which message was yours. I'm not totally sure, but there was one where I was picturing I think your last name when I was like, you're okay. You're fine. That's why you're listening and you're content without having any tarot. Like that was about you. I didn't mean to call you out. I was pretty sure you were still here and that message was for you. So I don't know about the rolling pin part, but that was for you. So I hope you felt that earlier. Um, it was cool. But you're in a good place. A lot of us are in a good place. And there's some people that come on here that aren't in such a good place. But honestly, as much as you were coming here to seek counsel and guidance from the tarot cards, just be grateful that there is a group of your elders waiting to spot you and help you and guide you as people. That's going to be a really key thing right now. It's less about relying on the cards and relying on the readings, but really communicating with people and stepping up and having conversations. And I think that's going to be a really important part of this month. And taking a break from the tarot is like, we never needed the tools. We used the tools as a means to relate to one another in a way to be casual or to be kind of uniform, kind of what's the word? Elemental, essential, universal, right? We use them to be more universal. But this is about getting personal. This isn't about generalizing. This isn't about each individual. It's about being able to talk about some of the big stuff. It's like if you're scared to say something, It's okay. You can be cool and just, it's chill. I'll say it. I'll answer your questions. You don't have to go to Reddit. You don't have to go to a fucking hell yeah, meditate. What do you mean? I take meditation naps all the time. Basically playing D&D is my life. Like not actually playing the game. I'm not part of any campaigns right now, but like I live it. Short rests are all meditations, right? I dream a lot too. I sleep very heavily when I do sleep a long period. Like yeah. I have a lot of really healthy habits and healthy practices, but they look unhealthy on the outside because they're non-traditional and I'm nocturnal and everybody's got something to think about it, right? Just because I've been confused and trying to find myself all these years and trying to get feedback and opinions because I was like, I'm trying to figure out, is this real? Or, and they're like, no. I'm like, okay, good point. I'll do something else. And it's like, oh, bring them back, etc., etc. Yeah, I meditate. Kind of, maybe a lot. I don't know. I'm almost always in a trance, putting myself in one. Kind of live in a state of meditation or try to because then I'm really bad with the reverberations of others because I have trigger hair responses sometimes. Having been trying to overcome PTSD so that I can better manage my PMDD, which translates into trauma, 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 blood, trauma, 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 blood, because assigned cat at birth. A cat. Yo, wonderful introduction. Great to have you here. Thank you so much. Can I get a follow? No? Okay. Cool, 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 cool. There is a website of my own if you want to see it. And honestly, just speaking on all of this, you can join to become a member for free. I need an email address, a name, and a vague indication of where you came from. But there are forums, so if there's things that you want to ask that you want me to answer, you can put it in the forum, and it can be more anonymous. And you don't have to be a part of the conversation. Because again, some of this stuff is intimidating. It can be really scary. People do rely on tarot as a crutch, and I'm here to just to be like, hey, I don't. There's no need for that. I kind of just want to be there for you. I'm a healer. It's kind of what I do. Let me help you and embrace everything about you, okay, and try to make things better. Because when you work together on these things and openly communicate and do what needs to be done, then you can kind of get off square one. Keep going. It's four square, right? Okay, so keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. But yeah, if you would rather ask in a more anonymous way, you can go check out. You have to become a member in order to access the forums, but becoming a member is free. You can do it on my website. It's through Wix. It's not sketchy. It's pretty reliable, pretty not renowned, but known well enough. Wix reviews solid. Okay, it's a Wix site. Um, Feel free to do it that way. But that's going to be all month is a break from tarot. Y'all don't need no more answers. You got them all in Aquarius season. If you miss some things, go watch some readings from Aquarius season. You can watch my streams. Aquarius season ended a couple days ago. So we're talking like hardly any time at all has passed since Aquarius season. If you missed your messages, if you missed your answers, if you missed what was going on, go rewatch it. You're not going to get more of the same thing. We are closing out, so we have to like cleanse, detox, remove before Aries season starts, and that's why it's like we really are done with so many of these narratives. Everything's about to change and be very different in this upcoming cycle, because when you consider the end of the world being 2012, you have to understand that this zodiac cycle means we just closed out a 10-year cycle, right? So like we're embracing a new energy. And you can even think back to 2013. And as I recall, everybody was very happy around that. Like I remember it being a great time. I don't know. Maybe I was a problem for other people, but things were all right. I was still very hopeful, even though I was depressed as hell and traumatized or whatever, and young, dealing with a lot, and still just like, you know what, this sounds good. It sounds right. It sounds like what I'm meant to do. Maybe I'm not ready to do it, but I gotta just lay down the groundwork. And it can be stupid to other people, but for some reason, that just felt like exactly what I needed to do at the time, even though there was no explainable reason as to why I was doing it, and no one validated the choices I made. Okay. And I kind of kept doing it, and no one stopped me because it was at the very least very interesting. And like on an artistic level, there are so many people and so many artists along the way that were like, we could never stop someone from creating what they are meant to create. And then I disappeared. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. Because it meant more to me than it did to anybody else. And it's deeper to me than it is to most people because I do feel like it all comes together in such a beautiful way that I could never fathom or understand or replicate, especially not on my own and not as one person, but as a piece of that whole puzzle. And that's what I said since day one. I don't know what else. I don't know why I just even. That's funny. But I wouldn't even say that right now. Thinking back to motels and maps and hardly could explain it then, hardly knew what I was doing. But reflecting on that, there was a time I was in a motel waiting for some friends to get to town for some event or another, and I had a map of the universe that I was writing down. Kind of an odd way to describe that, right? I wasn't drawing a map, I was writing it, okay? I had this fucking roll of brown paper, like this fucking big. I don't know why or what the fuck. I carried it around with me for weeks. I was on the road, just going from place to place, visiting randos, staying as long as they'd let me stay because I was like, I don't feel good. I don't feel right. I was dealing with PMDD, having no idea what that was, dealing with trauma that I didn't fully know what it was. So it was just like, I can't deal. And I had a lot of people who loved me through that and that I will forever appreciate the hell out of. Like, no doubt, undoubtedly hope they all forgive me for being who I am at the end of the day. So I had this piece of paper this big, and at the center of it, I don't know what the fuck I drew, like the world or something. And it was like the line the line between genius and insanity is very thin, and Albert Einstein proved that. There's something like that. I don't know what the fuck it said. I threw it out b- during that psych binge that I referred to earlier. The 8 days really got to me. I came home and threw everything out and was like, fuck all this. But of course, that's what white coats would want you to do. And I'm dumb. Yada, yada, yada. And now I'm a necromancer. I don't need the map anymore. So I could just go there. So it was like, yeah, something about the line being thin. And then I just literally, I'm telling you, it was like this big. And I cannot remember what I put at the center of it, but it was all writing. And I don't know if you've seen my handwriting, but it's very, 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 very small. So I had like a bunch of different colored pens, and there would be little drawings or little notes and arrows and stuff, but it was all handwritten, an insane amount of detail. And I could probably generally kind of get the concept I was getting at, but it was me or them trying to tell me and communicate with me that I was communicating with the dead. It was basically a written map describing how you do not. I promise you, you do not. You literally do not. I would never recommend this to anybody. It's been such an isolating, lonely existence, and I get absolutely nothing out of it. If anything, I feel like Nikola Tesla, and as great as he is, holy fuck, did he never ever see greatness? Okay, he never knew greatness. He humbly accepted that he was never going to get shit and never going to change the world and never going to be anything. And now he's just some kind of mythical inspiration because of his creations and his inventions that he never got credit for. This is stuff I did 10 years ago that I'm describing to you now on stream because it's like, hey, at least I have 8 witnesses to say I did this first. I did this right now. I'm telling you before anybody else does because someone else is going to fucking watch the stream, not admit they watched the stream, and then take credit for everything. They have always done this to me. I've blacklisted on everybody. Yeah. Mark Zuckerberg fucking hates me. I can't even use Instagram anymore. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, let's go. Fucking map. And I was basically describing the way that you could essentially prove by admitting that there's a multidimensional universe that you could inherently reanimate or reproject the deceased because time exists in the same way as mass, matter, or energy. All right. It's essentially like, okay, everything that exists creates wastes. Everything that is can never be destroyed, only reformed. Therefore, time works in the same way. Otherwise, none of your equations count. As much as y'all want to do physics and stuff, as much as you want to say I'm not a scientist, as much as you want me to get good grades, instead of use my time to think theoretically, right? And without bounds, without the laws of science, because those are all also theoretical. They're just the most agreed upon ones. And they were agreed upon a long time ago before we had computers to show us everything that we know. Oh my God. For fuck's sake. Mwah. Yeah, I get it. Um, Thank you. It's a sweater and then another sweater together. I I mixed patterns without clashing, in my opinion. The color scheme is on point, and there's enough space or difference between patterns. Because even though I'm wearing three patterns, there's also textures, and like the color scheme is on point for all of them. A little, the purple ties it in though. Like I did a good job. Sorry if you just walked into the fashion show, but I've been a fashion icon since the nun sent me home. 3 years old. Said, Mom, I'm wearing my leotard with the fucking beads on it. And she said, No, you're not. And I was like, Yeah, yeah. And she's like, Okay, I guess the nuns can tell you that you're not. And they were like, Oh, no. I was pissed. They made me change. Um, Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Listen, Nardo, I don't know what you think you're joining, but you're not. Thank you. Love you all. Stick around. Listen, it's fun. We're not even doing tarot. There's no cards. We're not doing tarot until March 20th. So come back then if you really need answers. There's new narratives. Anything you need to know, set in Aquarius season. Go watch the readings from a few days ago if you want to see what it's about. Okay? Otherwise, stick it out. Sorry, that wasn't for you personally, but yeah, no, you got it. So there's this fucking map, and I'm like using my fucking words to describe how this would work. How time would be, yes, it would work as though it creates waste. That's essentially what memories are. That's essentially how you would. I'm giving away so many secrets in this. But when they tell you they thought of it first, just know that they had the whole map of the world, the map of the universe in writing, in words. And I threw it out. Because, yeah, of course that's what they wanted me to do. Duh. Psychological warfare, all broke out. Psychological warfare. They were like, no, get rid of everything right now. Okay. And then a few years later, I was back at it and they were like, destroy the laptop. And I'm like, why? This is my best friend. And they're like, oh, well, bitch, you fucked it up. It's hacked. You're done for. Destroy it. But I'm like, oh, my files, destroy it. Kind of mental stuff. Ugh. Whether you think that's a mental illness or whether you think that's spiritual sabotage or whether you think that's actual psychological warfare because we are kind of living in a reality in which some of the governing entities have admitted to being able to do things like astral projection or use lasers that implant thoughts in your head. Google that one and the Pentagon signing off on it circa July 2019. So we're living in an age where MK Ultra did indeed exist. So it's very hard to say where these ideas come from. And that's why I don't talk about them too much because it's like there is a lot of confusion. And once again, somebody asked me earlier about spiritual boundaries. Once again, before I knew what the fuck I was doing, okay, channeling fucking dead people, explaining how to fucking time travel and talk to the dead and reanimate them by being able to, not essentially rewinding time or moving the whole, shifting the fucking planet, but just going through fucking tunnels and hearing what they have to say and letting them show you, okay? If anybody's curious on how I do it, good luck trying that. They don't just let people in, okay? I studied for a long time. I went to Catholic school. Studied necromancy for 25 fucking years before I could say this out loud. Okay. They had to make sure, okay, that they could trust me in the halls. And I'm allowed to say what I do, but that does not make it okay for you to do. You get what I'm saying? That's because I drew that map. They knew I knew what I was talking about. Yeah. Okay. 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 Who is that? Okay. 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 I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. How about I can't? Okay. What is that? No. Come on. That is. Yes. That was it. That was it. That's what that was about. That's what that was about. That's what the kind of sad. I think that could be about romance. Okay. Agreed. Ooh, I love that concept. Okay. Oh hell yeah, we talk about dream worlds all the time. I've been taking fucking I'm master class in the dream world. I've been doing those classes since I was like 5. Yeah, like praying. Well, that's the thing. Being really early indoctrinated, saying your prayers before bed, that's like getting yourself into a meditative state and asking to be guided through your sleep, right? So there's like a certain level of indoctrination, but of course when you attribute everything to God or to your local church or whatever, like you're giving all that power away. But I always had a really strong sense of self. And so I was able to, like, yes, give, but also know what I wanted or see or felt like. And I vetted myself. I questioned myself the whole time. I questioned myself more than I questioned anybody else. And I questioned myself more than anybody questioned me. Okay. Because since I was a child, was like, okay, how do I know that I'm me? And Jesus is like, okay, what does that mean? Like, this is the thoughts that I was having. It's like, how do I know who I am? And like, what's the difference between me and another person? Okay, like, who kind of like told me who I am, right? And when you are saying, is this like dysphoria? Is this like very early on dysphoria? Like if you relate, because that sounds familiar to you, I'm so sus. I am so sus. Like we all know this. Surprised that I still like. I like them because, but come on, Yeah, no, is that sus? Is that what that is? Kind of funny, right? So it was just like this weird cognizant consciousness. That is such a silly thing. Hello, 2% African. That is very funny. Is it 2% or is it 0.02%? Right. Okay, so no, thank you for the follow either way. I just tease you. I've never played Among Us. This is not the channel. Oh, good. I was subtly making queer jokes, if that wasn't obvious to anyone else except for us. So this is a very queer friendly queer channel, by the way. So feel free to drop your sun signs and your pronouns if you're tuning in. I'm taking a break from tarot for the next month. So stick around, learn some stuff. We might talk about religion, theology, or other whatever. Um you know what I mean? Hey. Okay, get it, Taurus. Who the fuck? What? How'd you know? Where did I put it? Where'd you see it? What's that about? That's so funny. The fuck? Cool. What's up, everybody? We're just like hanging out. I was just talking about this map I wrote one time. That was silly, right? I can't wait for people to watch this replay and be like, because it's like, oh, so cool and chill, and then it's like, whoa, she's took it somewhere way else, and I just wasn't expecting that. Um, okay, that's cool. Cool. Yeah, me too. Not getting much from you. Kind of feels like disguising as a Virgo, but not a Virgo, if that makes sense. Can't tell what that means. Could be like a different earth sign or a different mutable sign. I do attract a lot of mutables on my stream for some reason, and in my life, not for some reason. It's because I'm triple fixed. I need mutable energy to balance me out and keep me moving. I'm very adaptable and love change. I keep them moving in the same direction. They keep me busy. All right, so we're gonna have lurkers tonight. That's cool. No sun signs, no genders. That's fine. No tarot cards. Right. So I've attracted a crowd of people who are like giving me absolutely nothing. No, it's cool. That's always fun. God is gaslighting trans people. It's so fucking funny. I love that. What is it? Was that us? Oh, you're saying like that was it went from I like your bong to that. Yeah, that's this stream for sure. That's like where we're at, I think. Crazy how many people are sticking around. A few people dropped out. That's fine. What do y'all want to know? You can ask questions. You can join the conversation. We're open to whatever. It's chat mode, and we're not doing tarot for the next month. Okay. There's so much going on over here. Kind of just like having fun. Real silly illy hours. You know what I mean? You know? You know? If you ever been here before, you do. If you haven't, welcome. If you follow me, you can join the chat. Real simple as that. But I think you have to have a confirmed email address or whatever because, yeah, cool. So anyway, I don't really remember what we were talking about before that. Well, that is what we were talking about, I guess. And then everybody walked in and I tried to be like, "Hey, this is what's going on," but still quiet. That's fine. You'll learn a lot. Um, I think the map conversation was over, but yeah, it's crazy just to think like, holy fuck, 10 years later, I haven't given it much thought in the last few years of like, wow, that was kind of a lot. And like I'm 333. So I've moved on with my life in so many different ways where like I was once fixated on getting it all on paper and writing it all down. Now I just practice it in real time, right? That's what this is. This is me putting all these words in this map or these ideas that I once tried to flesh out by using what already existed in physics to try to explain what I was thinking, seeing, feeling, understanding, or downloading. Okay, what my experience was trying to get it on paper. 33333 with 9 people. We'd love to see it. Um, because I wanted to feel like I could articulate it or that I could explain myself and I could give a reason as to why I felt so different. And it did feel like a race on the clock because one, felt perpetually, often like I was dying. That was the PMDD, right? Um, and also like kind of a race for the prize energy. Definitely like a race for the prize energy. It felt like the clock is ticking because it was almost as if who was going to get there first, but out of who, I don't know. I don't really get that aspect of it where I wasn't really rushing myself. Yeah, but my diaries would be much more personal, and I would call them my music, my diaries, really. The streams are like, it's like, you know what it really is? This is me taking the opportunity to say, you know what? I don't really love that we do all this while we're sleeping. I think it's kind of unfair. I think it's kind of puts people in compromising positions. I think it's kind of taking advantage or manipulating when you know if you're the professor of the class and you're doing this while people are sleeping and your students aren't really necessarily subjecting themselves or signing up for your class, but you decide who's in your class based on whatever criteria you have. That now that I've graduated, my master class is kind of during those hours of the night, but for our waking life. Okay, like that's what it is. My diary, bitch, please. I've been crying since I was like a baby. I never stop. I fucking cry. I'm emotional. I write love songs. I write hateful fucking poetry sometimes, aka a hard ass rap verses when I'm frustrated. No, my diaries are so emotional. This is definitely the class. This is me. I'm your professor, baby. I'm going to teach you everything you need to know. But not that many people are going to watch it. And that's probably for the best and for a reason. Because then when y'all start shining and you be like, that's who taught me everything, they'll be like, really? That person, they did this one, me? You'll be like, bet. Because bet. So we do it during this time because this is when we would be sleeping and in class. And I don't like sleeping at night. And I'd show up to class and I'd be like, excuse me, I've got questions because I was very cognizant in those dreams. I learned how to lucid dream as a child. You can't throw me into something, not tell me about it, and expect that it's going to go well for you when you failed to really do your research if you thought I was supposed to be in a class with all them in the first place. Because what? You know I led that shit. You know I was number one. You know I was your fucking aide. But did I? No. Okay. That's why I do it when we are awake. That is some fucking bullshit, okay? Fuck that power dynamic. It's giving 11 and Papa. It's giving it's giving Prairie and whatever that fucking guy's name is. It's giving that dynamic gross. No, 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 no. We're gonna do things differently then. Then I will take it into my own fucking hands and do that personally to do things differently. And that is what my approach is for the next month, is to be honest about that and to really truly explain to people what it is that I do, how I do it, and that no, you may not just copy it. It's not that easy. I'm literally showing you my wall, and yet you still can't see what I see here. Okay, you see art. When I pull up my map, I can see it. I can't read it, but I can see it. You know, it was a lot of words. And now that I know how to just talk to dead people, it's very much less important. I remember little drawings right here and the greater picture and then the swoop and some of the color schemes, I can picture it, but I don't really know what it said verbatim. It was just way too many words to remember. But that's how my memory works. I can pull stuff up. It's like that fucking show. The bitch got this fucking like projector memory or whatever. Encyclopedia brain. For sure feels like that. Photographic memory, but with a projector. That's incredible. That's so amazing. I fucking love it. It's like cheat code in life. I don't know if it's because I opened my third eye or because I was born this way, but either or, I just say I'm a time traveler. Okay, so what's up, everybody? It's great to meet you. Great to know you. I'm glad that I've been really advertising what I do on Maine lately and sharing it with people I've known for years and even decades, via different platforms, and them probably not realizing just how deep into all of this that I truly was. Yeah, that's I've been getting that forever. It's the future I can see, so mysterious to me. Yeah, as much as I can see the past, as much as I can get insight in the present, yes, I do think that I can see the future as well. That's what makes it so fuck sometimes, where it's like, okay, I've seen it. Can I avoid it? Yes. Okay, cool. Can I do something else? Sure. Am I making the same mistakes that were projected to me? Yeah. Damn. Okay. So what does that mean? It's meant to work out this way. Cool. So that's my future regardless. Kind of. Okay. Well, cool. I guess I'm just gonna sit and wait and explain myself because people just gotta fucking know every fucking goddamn fucking step and thought that I have in order for them to have a moment of trust with who I am as a person and how much growth and development I've had. That is so beyond annoying. New moon, same me. Illy milly. Oh man, I was gonna say something really funny because I said illy milly, and then I thought like, icky sticky, call me Vicky. Don't have me back because I am picky. Don't suck dick, but I take a licky. That does not mean you is with me. Some old, that was 10 years ago. Oh my god, I just kept going. You know, so many really nasty verses back then. It was like that's the thing. When I have no direction or no purpose, I still do all the same things, but it's like there's something so much better about being inspired or having a common goal or like expressing love or like having emotions behind the things you create because without it, does become very idle and it becomes very much like kind of not only generic, but it just feels bland or just, meaningless, That's why hypersexuality was such an easy fix for a lot of what I was going through because I was very unfocused and unsure of what I was doing and just kind of going along my path and at the beginning of a spiritual journey and not this person, but just who had to become this. Yeah, I mean, you can make 10 years ago feel like 10 minutes ago. And lately, I would agree that it's like we're going through that rewind period. Yeah, it's okay. You can be wherever you need to be at all times, really. That's, yeah, no problems. We're really just, it's not like you can miss anything when you hear exactly what you need to hear and you come here at the time that needs to be the time. It was 41:41 when I said time. So you just when you tune in is when you tune in, and that's the message that you're meant to receive. And honestly, I can feel somebody wanting to be channeled, and I'm grabbing at my necklace, which is a like a this clear like it's not a crystal. It's like a fake Swarovski. I don't know how to describe it with the evil eye, and it's for clarity and speaking the truth. And there is somebody who's creeping on me. That's you because that's me. So there's somebody you came on here because you need the courage to be able to say what you need to say. And so whether you realize it or not, you came on here to see me speak my truth and so unabashedly be who I am and admit to these things that I've never said before. Or because you needed to experience somebody being even kookier than you or saying something even more wild than you and being more ridiculous than you and still being able to stand up and fucking say it. So how hard could it be? How hard could it be for you to go and talk to somebody you do know and to not have an audience of 12 and to not have to say it on the internet and to not have it be encrypted for all of time? If I could do that with such ease and expose my everything to you in these few moments, in these last few hours, in these ongoing streams, then I think it should be so easy for you to be able to speak your truth to whoever in your life needs to hear it. Okay? That's the purpose. That's why you came across this channel. It wasn't to get an answer. It wasn't to get a tarot reading. It wasn't to see me or to do anything. It was to be reminded that you have to speak up. Speak clearly, speak loudly, speak on things that you once thought you shouldn't. That's, yeah. Okay, that's why you stopped in. I've not been twiddling those all fucking night. You can go fucking rewind the tapes. I've been wearing this every day since I bought it. I don't recall ever fidgeting with it. Ever. Until right now, in the last 3 minutes. Okay. So that's a very, very hardcore serious message for somebody. Yeah. Not been playing with that thing. You better watch what you say, though. You better be honest. You better be upfront. You better be loving. You better have good intentions. You better detoxify and remove any ill intentions that you have because there's a feels like a collar, right? It's not necessarily a good thing if I'm fidgeting with it for the first time ever. This is for someone who's probably not really been honest, who's not really been this or that. Okay, that's like the la 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 la. Yeah, yeah. There's the thoughts are spiraling. That's what it is. The thoughts are spiraling, and that's like there's a need to speak the truth, but you have to realize that like you've let it get out of control. You've let it grow too fast, too much, too big. That you can't come at it angrily and finally express how you're feeling when it's like, whoa, I didn't see that coming. What? The fuck? You have to like go in with love, lead with honesty, and again, detoxify, whether it's mentally, physically, spiritually, whatever, detoxify before you talk, right? Like this month, dry. Pisces season, dry. Alcohol is an absolute no, or you're gonna fuck your whole year up, and that can set the tone for the rest of your life, or at least the next decade, right? So, okay, ain't that the truth? Um, Hey, there you go. Whatever it is for you, that is for you. It was 555 at the end of the stream, which is cute. It's a dry Pisces season, and it's very hard because Pisces is very attuned to alcohol, very much depend. A lot of them depend on alcohol and very into alcohol, so it's a big challenge. But if you don't drink, then it's sacrificing something else: sugar, weed, coke. I don't know, fucking whatever the fuck your vice is, cigarettes. But alcohol would be the number one choice to get rid of, and if not alcohol, then something else. And honestly, cutting back on everything to try to gain clarity and see things for what they really are and understanding them deeply. Okay. I'm hearing something weird. Okay. Listen, there is an evil eye on this. So I am not trying to be offensive. I'm white, I'm Roman Catholic. I am sensing the reason that I am flipping the fuck out of this right now is because of somebody's bubba. I'm hearing a lot of like how like things that I don't know how to say, but this is an evil eye on this crystal, okay? And I am flipping this thing where I feel like there is someone's ancestor, relative, somebody who is concerned and they're coming through. I'm trying to think of what this is saying. I think I got embarrassed when you put them on the spot. Listen, again, I'm white. I'm not trying to impose on anybody or say anything, but your Bubba says if you're not eating halal, that's your problem. They're flipping this thing around. They're like, hey, you know what? You wanna you wanna live harem, then that's what you get. That's what I'm like. That's kind of the energy where it's like this, like that kind of thing is coming up. So I feel like that's somebody's relative, somebody's ancestor is like, oh my god, help him, you know? It's like, I don't know why. It's so funny. Okay, yeah. And Leo is the heart because every zodiac is represented by a different body part, and Taurus is ruled by the heart chakra. Okay, so it's very, very, yep. I love the heart chakra. That's one that's been open for me. You know, probably need to close it once in a while. Focus on the others, but I think root and sacral are the ones I'm working on the most. Solar plexus was obviously the hardest. Crown was, all about timing. Third eye, once again, very easily done, not easily controlled. Same with the throat. Heart is the only one that really came natural. Did I miss any of them? Yeah, I do. You don't have to tell me how to run my channel. Been doing this for quite a while. Thank you, though. Hmm. They're not really emotions either because they're not really mine, right? They're messages. So try not to take everything too personally, right? Um, I would say the way you phrase that would indicate the opposite of what you believe. And um, to second it, say, I disagree. People make fun of me the most when I'm wrong with emotion. It's the number one thing people make fun of me for. There's really almost nothing else to make fun of other than the very serious nature for someone as goofy and hilarious as I am. Or how I can be so genuinely ugly for being so fucking hot. That's like, I mean, That's true. Ruled by Venus, baby. Very much. Okay. You notice how I stopped? Somebody was here and left. They got that one message and they were like, oh, fucking A. Not stopped with you. I meant stopped fidgeting. LOL. No, that's so funny. It was someone, I think it was someone who literally just popped in and like heard that and got freaked out and left. They're like, not like, I don't know. It's almost like I think they just came back to see if I was still doing it. No, but I know it's you. You know it's you. Huh? Okay, don't start again. Don't let them tell you twice. It's okay. You can lurk. You can fucking. You can. Don't have to say nothing. We're moving on. You could just. We're here for the ride. Okay. Um. Anyways, that was kind of the only message that really came through. Everything else has just been kind of casual conversation, and that's the kind of thing that I'll be doing over this the course of this month. Where just because I'm taking a break from tarot once again doesn't mean that there won't be any messages that come through and that there won't be anything channeled. It will just be like without having something presented in front of us or choosing a specific region of, oh my God, the fucking pre rolls is on. I gotta roll an ad, y'all. Sorry, I don't know how it works, where if it just goes off once the timer's out or if it's gonna pre roll after like 20 minutes or whatever, and they just don't tell me when. So I need to roll an ad. I'll be right back. Insomniacs Anonymous does eventually come to an end at every point in the evening, every evening, doesn't it? Eventually, we do all sleep, even the insomniacs. So, welcome to the stream. It's very late. We all know that. And we never did my face. Look, okay, so I didn't really even get up close pictures. I did some hearts because I was feeling it, or I don't know, it just felt like the smiley. I was okay. I was gonna do a smiley face with heart eyes, and I made them like too far apart to justify putting a mouth. So I just did a third heart. That's what that is. And then on this side, I did a smiley face, but it was so small that I decided to put writing around it. So it says, "Smile. It's all on camera." Okay. Hey, lady, coming in lately. Okay. Yeah, it's different colors on my different screens. It's okay. Thank you for joining us again, Morph. It's been great having you past couple days. It is a bedtime talk show. I'm great to fall asleep too. A lot of times I get into very rhythmic speaking and have a very low, calming voice that will definitely put you into deep sleep. But then sometimes I'll shout or sing and you like wake up and it's very disorienting. So be careful. Um, do what you gotta do. Love you so much. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here. Absolutely appreciate it. Well, if you're just joining us, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you evening going? We're taking a break from tarot. The messages got too repetitive. We're trying to close off cycles. We are detoxing from everything that we're leaving behind this year, and we're embracing the new timeline, the new narrative, the new stories that are coming up this aqua season. This aqua season. What we figured out during aqua season is going to come into effect this Aries season. So Pisces season is time to decompress, decompartmentalize. What's that word? Decomp. What is the word? Decarp. I can't. I guess I don't do it, so I don't know how to say it. Decompartmentalize. Decompartmentalize. Decom. What am I trying to say? Holy fuck! That is pissing me off. What is that word? I know I'm not making it up. Decompartmentalize. Is that it? That's hilarious and weird. It's like so random to me. Maybe it's because the child card came up in a reading earlier, so now they're like, "Oh, they talk about kids on this channel." Like, fuck no, this is a 21 and up channel. The fuck. Um. So, anyways, we're taking a break from tarot until the new year. It's time to decompress, detoxify, decompartmentalize. I think I said it right that time. No questions. Um. I don't know. I don't know any really like that. I like can't think of any Taurus moons I've ever been close with. So no comment, to be honest. That's like I have no idea. Sounds like they would be. The Taurus suns are pretty loyal, but the thing about a Taurus sun is they will be loyal to whoever they want to be loyal to. That doesn't mean they'll always be loyal to you. They're very good with boundaries. I think Virgos are truly the stubborn sign, and Tauruses are just like very, very firm in their boundaries and don't care what you think, so you can call them stubborn and they'll move on. They don't care. They put up a boundary, you don't like it, fuck off. Cool, I'm stubborn, bye. Whatever. When Virgos are literally right there being the most stubborn people in the world, it's wild that we got the rep. But this because we don't, it's fine, we'll take it. But no, I think all the fixed signs are typically pretty loyal, but I think earth signs are very loyal, is the thing. So being fixed and earth, it does give an air of like that extreme loyalness when it's very different kinds of loyalty, where it's the earth driven, femme driven, and fixed driven, different aspects of loyal. Yeah. Dedication. Fixed signs are very dedicated. Earth signs are very loyal. Like that's how I would describe it. Because yeah, but if your moon is in Taurus, it's almost like a selfish placement, I think, is kind of the thing. I think it makes you inherently think of yourself and be loyal to yourself and put yourself first and kind of do anything it takes to do what you want to get what you want. Kind of think it sounds like a danger placement. Is that yours? What you're asking? Taurus placements, Taurus suns are like Taurus sun is probably the most dangerous placement in history. Kind of can't think of anything that tops Taurus sun. I've done a lot of research on the subject. Taurus sun is hands down the worst placement. Is Taurus moon up there? I don't know. Don't have enough experience. Sounds like it could be though. Because Taurus sun can also be awesome. We're up there with like one of the best placements. But we are hands down. There's nothing worse than Taurus sun like on this earth. And it's like the more Taurus placements you have, the worse it gets or the worse it can become. Like kind of crazy to think about. But it's true. A lot of really evil people across many categories end up being Tauruses. It's to the point where it's actually sad. Um, because we are also these like loving, gentle, kind of like luscious creatures that people adore and appreciate so much. But like what happens when that is missing for Taurus is like literally disastrous. Disgustingly disastrous, like scary disastrous, like world domination disaster. Okay, I could see that. So you're a fixed sign? It's interesting that I was like mutable but earth and it's not, you're neither apparently. Unless you're also a Taurus. I'm confused by what you never said. Because I said you feel disguised as a Virgo. Um, yeah, that's interesting. It's an interesting conversation. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. I hope everybody gets it. I feel like my ear just opened up. Like, okay, I have my allergies have been driving me fucking crazy. I've blown my nose so many motherfucking times in the past week. I've been coughing stuff up. It's almost all out. My ear, I didn't even realize it was clogged because it just opened up and I started singing that song and it was like, holy shit, that actually happened. I didn't even know I was congested to that extent. Ew, the fuck? No, no, no. I'm sorry. The most I can deal with is Joe Rogan. People have compared me to Joe Rogan. I'm like, I get it. And honestly, it's supposed to be that way for whatever reason, but that is where I draw the line. That is the extent of it. Men who obsess over the opinion of other men like need to deal with their homoerotic tendencies. If you prioritize the opinion of other men, if you prioritize the word of another man, if you prioritize what men think, if you prioritize impressing men, if you prioritize following men and doing as men say, then you need to realize you like men. Why involve women at all? Why are you trying to play control games and have dominance over women and control them and this is how you get women? No, it's not. The fuck? That's how you get men. Look at y'all. It's a bunch of men talking to each other. It's a circle jerk. Like what the fuck? What the actual fuck? Just be gay. It's so much easier than starting a cult. What the fuck? Because that's Andrew Tate to me. That's yeah. Joe Rogan seems just like some 40-year-old guy who's like really trying to kind of learn how to be in the new world and create a bridge for people to cross over from what they once knew to like this new age of information and he feels like hot shit being able to be the guy to do it and I can respect that and I think what he does is important, you know. I don't listen to it and I know that people make fun of it and I know that it's like the opposite of who I am as a person theoretically, but at the same time a lot of people who listen to Joe Rogan also tell me that I remind them of Joe Rogan. I'm not the one saying that. For fuck's sake, why would I ever say that is kind of my stance on it. But I can understand that what he does is kind of important for people because it is building a bridge. But that bridge can either lead to progress or it can lead to Andrew Tate, right? That whole weird homoerotic corner of the internet that is just like so sus as fuck. Like that's just it's very gay. It's just gay. It's just gay with more steps. Gay with extra steps. We're going to go out of our way to rely solely on other men for validation and seek the approval of men and get the attention of men and stick to the word of man and do as men want us to do and hate on women in the process and try to actively destroy their life and their self esteem. And then what? And then what? Because, like, what do you get out of that? A bunch of men. Yeah, okay, that sounds gay. It sounds like you want dick. It sounds like you should just take some dick already. Just maybe put one in your mouth and shut the fuck up. Like, that's I don't know how many people are like so internalized homophobia that they don't even see it in themselves. Straight people have ruined the world, and they're like, it was the gays. Excuse me? You isolated us from society, so we created our own communities and we built a world outside of you because you rejected us being a part of yours. And now you're mad that we have more supporters than you ever did because you're the one who isolated us, ostracized us, and told us that what we did was a sin. Okay. But yeah, why is that? That's exactly what I'm saying. Why can men cheat? Because they're cheating with other men? Because another man said so. If you want women, why wouldn't you want the approval of women? And why wouldn't you want to do as women would want you to do? And why wouldn't you want to act the way that women like men to act if you like women? Obviously, if you're trying to do as a man says, you like men and you're going to attract men and you're trying to get off on men. Like, it's just weird to involve women at that point. Because, like, what the fuck? Genghis Khan had a similar thing and he was like a rapist. So let's just like kind of stop giving the man attention and someone give him some fucking dick already. Kind of the fuck? Take some dick. How can you not realize you're gay yet, bro? How can you not realize you're gay? Because what? Goddamn. Yep. Yep, exactly. And then they act like this, where they start cults of incels and hate on women and say men are superior, but then literally be in denial of the fact that that makes them gay if they like men that much. Like, what the fuck? Somebody get that man some dick. Kind of like, why else would you want an isolated community of nothing but men who do nothing but pay attention to you? That is literally the most homoerotic shit I have ever heard in my fucking life. Like, oh, and then he's gonna watch this and hear this and be like, go get her. And they'll be like, I don't know, dude, I'm not gay. Kind of eureka moment. What did she say? Oh shit, I didn't think of it like that. Nah, dude, no homo, but she might be right, bro. Maybe you do need some dick. what? What? Okay. I mean, okay, if y'all want to like stick to the script and be like, no, don't talk about my boy like that. Is he your boy or like is he your? Okay, okay. Look, we're gonna get off the topic. I ain't trying to have beef with anybody, but on a spiritual level or like the reason even socially, I feel that dissonance. You said it because I agree, because I think that too. You're watching dudes in tight ass pants touch each other's butts and tackle each other and roll around on the ground and run and like you're sexualizing them, paying them millions of dollars to be meat on the screen and like tussle with each other. Of course, it's homoerotic and gay. You're literally rooting for these people, like these men, and then you refuse to watch women's sports because somehow that's boring, even though it's like I love female wrestling, girl on girl. But then you're doing the same thing in like female football, but then like somehow that's boring. That's not what you said about all the other things that you watch women do. That's weird that you would draw the line at sports because somehow that's the tight pants on men is different than the tight pants on women. Wait, I'm like so confused. What? And you specifically don't like when women do it. That's so interesting, but you still claim to like women. That's so even more interesting, right? Like, that's so funny. And I get like the love of an individual sport. Like, oh, I used to play baseball and now I watch baseball. That's awesome. But it's like the whole concept of like, I don't know, it almost does feel exclusive to football culture. I'm not even gonna lie. Football feels the most homoerotic to me. Hockey doesn't feel as gay because they wear like pads and stuff and they're like on skates. It's pretty intense. Like, there's a lot of sports that are like, whoa, that is fucking impressive. Football just isn't it though. Football's the gay one because it's so slow. Because it's like, you know what I mean? It almost requires, well, okay, it requires skill. Don't get me wrong, it requires skill, but it's like there's no tools involved. Like, I don't know. It's really slow moving. It's the tightest outfits. Um, well, no, baseball probably is, but like, yeah, again, like basketball, super fast paced, super engaging, super fun, like the whole vibe. But football is literally just like stopping and looking at dudes' asses every 5 fucking minutes. That's like I can I I couldn't think of anything more gay. And then again, the refusal to watch women do it. Okay, love that though. Love that. I mean, hey, get it how you live, right? Are you Canadian too? I can't remember. Sorry. Was that like prejudice to Canadians? um, kind of silly. But yeah. So cool. Yeah. What a conversation. It's making me hungry even. LOL. Yeah, so what do you think for your first time? Welcome to the stream. I told you it'd be kind of interesting around here. So yeah, you shouldn't have brought up Andrew Tate if you didn't want to hear about a whole bunch of repressed gay stuff that you didn't even recognize as being gay until somebody pointed it out to you, which came from the Council of Gays. The gays are letting you know that what you're doing is gay. It's so funny because like I really didn't get hungry until like 30 seconds ago. That's hilarious. I love that. Um yeah, that conversation goes even deeper and like can just continue and be talked about even like the repressed homosexuality being dominant male culture is like a big topic that could just yeah, because it keeps going. Because when you think about like okay, the invention of the pixie cut, like on women, short hair on women, was a movement in Greece that when the husbands were off at war, it was accepted and acknowledged by both parties that the men were going to go sleep with each other while they were away. And the women were going to use baguettes as dildos or fuck each other at home. Okay. That's why it was the same time that some of the first toys that we see in sort of like pre-modern history was in Greece. They would leave baguettes out for weeks and weeks and weeks until the bread got super hard and didn't get moldy, but just was hard enough to like not, you know what I'm saying? And they so that was that. And a lot of the women, when their husbands came home or they knew they were going to be home soon, cut off their hair to get comfort as they would have been missing their male lovers because some of them died in war or were from other places and went home to their wives and there was like it was kind of like a like I know you missed him and they cut all their hair off for their husbands who were bisexual and participating in relations with men while they were away at war. Um, okay. Wrestling too be sus as fuck. But yeah, it's so real. It's so real. And there's nothing the thing is, there's nothing wrong with, hey, listen, the revolution will not be televised, but it might be streamed. Okay, so it's all right. But eventually, hopefully, people do get that message and realize that what they're doing. That's the thing. When the gays tell you that something you're doing is gay, it's because we do have authority on what is gay, and we know what gay is. We know what gay looks like. We know what gay does. We know how gay lives, right? So if we're saying something's gay, it's because we know that, right? Homoerotic, however you want to put it. The problem is when you say that to people who are not gay, they think of it as negative because they decided that being gay was a bad thing. People who are gay and accept themselves as gay or queer or whatever are like comfortable with things being gay or being queer or whatever. So they say it lovingly, like, oh, you're just one of us. Like, that's, yeah, we like that too. Duh. Like, who doesn't like looking at men in tight pants? Like, fucking idiots. What the fuck? Grow up and recognize what you're actually doing, right? Um, but they take it insulting because they're the ones that decided there was something wrong with being gay in the first place. Even though literally homosexuality, bisexuality, and homoerotica has existed all throughout ancient history within mythologies and in many religious backgrounds and texts. Look at Jesus. Okay, he was never married, was never allowed to be with a woman, and never had a wife, but then also had 12 guys hanging around him at all times. Like, what the fuck did you just say that made you think Jesus was straight? What about that text gives straight for Jesus? No wife, no kids, not allowed to be with any women, not allowed to have sex. Then just also hung out with 12 dudes who would literally die for him. But they weren't getting dicked down by Jesus. Absolutely not. It's not that. It's not gay. What the fuck are you? The audacity for Christians to pretend like it's unacceptable. And yeah, Ganymede has come up a lot. There was an astrology group where someone said it's 111 somewhere. There was an astrology group, I think it was Reddit, and somebody posted about Ganymede, and they were like, "Oh, it's the OG twink. He was known for his boyish figure and being Zeus's lover." And I was like, "Yo, hate to break it to you, Ganymede was a 12-year-old boy that was kidnapped from planet Earth, brought to Olympus, given eternal life, and became Zeus's child sex slave for the rest of eternity." Twinks are adults. Twinks are full grown. Twinks are consenting men who happen to have younger looking physiques or faces. Like, no, Ganymede was a child, not a twink. It's very sad. That's, yeah, yeah. There's a lot. Well, nothing wrong with the Greeks. Don't say that. There was something a bit fucked up about what happens in Greek mythology. You have to understand that those people lived a long time ago. Our conceptualization of Greek or Greece didn't exist then. It's just tied to that same area. They had a different language. You know, you can't just say that there's something so wrong about the Greeks. I won't really let that kind of language slide where we have to address what we're actually talking about. We're talking about ancient Greek mythology that existed before Greece was an empire, right? So we have to take it for what it is. The fact that people carried on those stories is not necessarily an indication that the culture of Greece was rooted in pedophilia necessarily, but we do see that in American culture and British culture, like the pedophilia being heavily tied to politics or elitism or all throughout history. Okay, so and still once again not Greek culture. There's nothing wrong with the food, there's nothing wrong with their way of life. There's nothing It's Greek religion, Greek mythology, Greek theology. When you say things like culture and Greek and blah blah blah, you're speaking on what the people do and how they practice and how they live their life. Not everyone in Greece and not everyone who is Greek worshipped those entities. Like not everyone practiced or worshiped the same gods because people who know Greek mythology will choose the gods and goddesses that they align with. But American culture chose Zeus to be their good guy. That's what they put in Hercules. They made Zeus a good guy. They made Zeus, like Zeus is Hercules' dad, whatever, but they made Zeus the good guy. Okay, that was their choice. If you hear that story and you think the pedophile is the good guy, you have to question who the fuck told you that story and why the fuck did you think that and how did you come up with that conclusion? Don't put that on Greeks just because that's the way they spun it to you. That's like blaming the Brothers Grimm for your version of Goldilocks and shit. I don't even think they wrote that one, but you get what I'm saying? That's so true, but once again, it's across cultures. Very much across cultures, very much not tied to Greek culture. And once again, the confluence of religion, not culture. Not everyone practices religion, not everyone was religious. And once again, very much tied to money. It was people who could afford to do that, people who could afford to buy other people's children, people who could afford it. And it's still that way. It's not just going to be some bozo living paycheck to paycheck who can afford to buy kids 2020 or 2020. So you kind of have to remember all that too. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get so deep into the semantics of things, but I just wanted to be very clear that like we aren't being prejudiced against any group of people just because of these ancient mythologies that should be reevaluated, updated, and reconsidered. Could not rip the bomb. We're at 4 hours and 20 minutes, y'all. That was a cash bowl challenge if I ever had one. 420 on the pre-roll timer too. Nice. Yahoo. Yahoo. Yazoo. And all I ever knew, only you. Looking from the window above, like a story of love. Can you hear me? Came back only yesterday, moving further away. Want you near me? All I needed was the love you gave. All I needed for another day. And all I ever knew, only you. This is gonna take a long time, and I wonder what's right. Can't take no more. I don't know. I don't really know all the words to this song. I love it though. I had it on repeat. I was gonna learn it, but I never really fully did. That's okay for sure. Yes, but again, common practice all over the world. It is intense. Welcome to the stream. Insomniacs Anonymous, witching our honesty. It's the truth is we out here, kind of X Files. But then it's like boom, 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 boom. That's what this channel is like. And then truth bomb dropped. Whatever. I don't know. Intense. Yeah. I get it. You used to rave. Cool. That's like, yeah, no, no, no. Completely. I love that we have a literal professional. I love that we literally have a professional. That's exactly it. That's so true. DNA is genetic encoding and it's also passing on generational trauma and also dealing off your karma. Oh, yeah, that's why I refuse to participate in the birthing process. I'm gonna be here to support any of the children who are brought into this world and support the parents who decide to do that because it is a process in life and it's nice to keep going for sure, but it's never gonna be my path. No. Thank you. Dream is a temple. Wow, that's a new one. Thank you. Okay. That's yeah, exactly. A lot of it makes sense. And especially when you think about like the Romans were equally gay, making statues of each other, naked men and shit, like the fuck. Um, yeah. And there's a lot of Greek mythology. I don't know. Maybe I don't know enough, but because Zeus was such a fucking shit, it's like was Hades was probably not that bad of a guy. And I could totally understand why Persephone was trying to get away from her dad in the cleanest way possible. It's almost like Hades helped her out and got her away from her rapey, incestuous, pedophile father. Like, I cannot imagine how people spun this against Hades when Zeus literally kidnapped a boy, raped his daughter, and was cheating on both of his wives. Like, what the fuck? If I were Persephone's, Persephone, I would want to go fucking chill in the underworld too. I'd also want to get the fuck out of Olympus. Like, entirely, completely, okay? Ugh, okay. Cultural deification? Deficication? Deficication? Like deficit? I'm guessing. I'm asking. I'm reading the comments. Hades was way chill in comparison. And that's what I've been saying about being a necromancer. Oh shit, the pre rolls, y'all. I gotta go. I will never forget that that's what I wanted. With that map, I brought it and that's what I was excited about. That's what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to become and talk about and express to my cool friends or whatever the fuck. And everybody took that as some kind of weird slutty thing for some reason. And like just because I do what I do, kind of like regardless, or because I was seeking, I don't know, employment and also freedom and also freakdom, that it was like 10 years ago that I started modeling. And back in the day, I straight up was selling prints. We didn't fucking have OnlyFans and stuff. I was just, the fuck? That's so funny to me. Um, that like, yeah, no, lots has changed because I've developed and grown so much. But it's just so interesting to like look at things. Zeus needed to provide pure evil. That's period. So that's why I think people need to leave Satan alone and stop perceiving Lucifer as inherently evil when we see how Hades was really just cooperating. Lucifer was promoted to being keeper of hell. That was like a big W for God and Lucifer. What the fuck? That was not a falling out. Why the fuck do people say that? They clearly work together. They work in different, they had different departments at the same motherfucking company. Who the fuck decided that God and Lucifer were enemies? Lucifer is like God's right hand man. They make the decision. How people got the story so fucking wrong, you know? Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. They just don't listen. They're like, well, this is what I was told, and I'm sticking with it because it was written down somewhere. Yeah, most stuff that was important and true was often destroyed if it was put in text, and you would get also destroyed and killed, perhaps for writing it down. Yeah, I don't know how I even evaded death at this point. That's why a lot of things are word of mouth. That's why a lot of traditions are passed down. Folklore is spoken out loud. That's why traditions were the way they were. Because, yeah, you weren't really just allowed to write stuff down. Even me putting things on the internet, at least I'm speaking it, but also there is recordings of it. There is a record, and even if it's up for 2 weeks, you know, incriminating, really. And of course, there's an archive. So there's always going to be evidence now, right? And there's whatever, but I don't know. There's something about writing versus speaking, but also the privacy aspect of everything that we do in these practices by conforming to like whatever's popular or trending and letting things like tarot be that thing was just a weird time in life, wasn't it? So it's back to the basics, and y'all need to get your shit straight and put the fucking decks down and kind of listen. Like, you got this chance the next 30 days to like stop playing with magic, stop drinking, whatever it is. There's two very distinct energies of like people who need to put down the fucking magic and learn what they're doing because either they're young or inexperienced or have very, very bad intentions. Or you're dealing with like it's Pisces season, you got to cut back on the drinking and ensure that you're going to have a good new zodiac cycle by being willing to sacrifice the one thing that you want to do the most right now. Get drunk. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Love Shiva. Yep. Zeus definitely wanted to keep the illusions rolling. Thank you. I'm so happy you've joined us, and it's an awesome stream. It attracts really awesome people. I'm curious to how old you are and what your sun sign is. You still never told us. And I'm assuming your pronouns are he, him. Not gonna lie. Sorry. I mean, am I wrong? I don't know. You're giving Leo man. We get a lot of Leo men on here who act very not act similarly, but who have the same kind of curiosity and seem to learn as quickly as you do and really grasp the conversations easily. And you alluded to being a fixed sign, and you're definitely given that masculine energy and brought up some really incredibly hot topics and handled them really well. So it is. Yeah, hell yeah. Cute. I love it too. Yeah. Oh God, I love that. We're all so much fun and chill and cool, but we're just like deeply spiritual people, you know? And the depth for me goes really far in because I decided instead of going down rabbit holes that I would choose a black hole instead. And that was kind of much scarier. But of course, the data was different and the experience was absolutely worth it now that I'm coming full circle and getting out of the black hole. Um, the loop being sort of completed or at least continued in a different new direction. Maybe the coming back in the loop. It feels like, yeah, I mean, I closed it. So interesting. Yeah, nobody kind of saw that one coming. That was what I did in all my studies. Low key made it look like tarot, made it look like music, made poetry, kind of distracted, did the modeling, all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, I'm a scientist and all of my studies are based in science. And that is the conclusion I came up with. Was how the astral plane works, where hell is located, and kind of like how to talk. Beautiful. What a backstory, right? Who the fuck are you again? I got no fucking idea anymore, to be honest with you, but you can call me Illuminati. Miss Dex at Come Bearing Tarot Decks. We're taking a little break, but we'll be back with it. March 20th, we're going to celebrate the new season, cycle, the year to come, and we'll get back to the tarot. But right now, we're closing off, detoxing, cleansing, bath salts. No, 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 no. I see what you're doing there. I don't know if that was personal jokes. I've never done bath salts, but I'm not gonna pretend like I don't know people. Okay, or if I could have been an accident. But either way, I did not mean bath salts. I meant salt baths. So if you're trying to like distract me, I remember day one on the pool table with the cards. My biggest haters and deniers end up being the biggest believers for a reason. Okay, that's on God, right? Hmm. Kind of nice though. So, anyways, fantastic, fantastic, great. Okay, relax. Well, yeah, and I think like that was always my biggest like interest was the supernatural as a kid, and I just never grew out of it. And honestly, I'm glad it led to these discoveries, and it's almost like this unfailing like ability to prove my skill in an instant by being able to tap in and talk to dead people whenever the fuck I want, which is like the craziest thing ever, or really rather whenever they want. Sometimes I can tap in and get a message, but some people have their blockers way up and they'll be like no to anything, and that's fine. Haters and doubters end up being the biggest believers in the end, so that's okay. If you choose to be a hater instead of a lover, that's on you, and that's fine, but don't expect to get paid, whatever. Um, LOL. That seemed oddly specific, didn't it? But yeah, I was always interested in that. I was always interested in proving that aliens exist and wanting to see God for myself and wanting to be able to prevent people from dying and wanting to prove that magic was real and wanting to see a ghost. Like growing up, maybe it's because I went to Christian school and Catholic school that I wanted those things or was curious about those things. But I've since gotten my answers to all of those questions and seen that stuff, at least in my own perception. And that's like to some extent good enough, you know? But now I share because that's what God calls me to do, in a sense, is just like, go forth with better vision than you had in your past so that you may give someone more guidance on their path where you lacked having that guidance or wish you had it. Because, of course, as a healer, you're here to help heal people along the way. But as a healer, you have to learn to heal yourself. So if you feel like you're on a very isolating journey and you're very much on your own all the time, you're probably a healer and you're in the process of healing yourself. If you feel like you've always had help and things come to you easily or come to you really naturally, or like there's just always somebody to help replenish you, then you're probably not a healer because you never need healing. There's always healers around you, right? And it's not a reciprocal energy all the time. It's not necessarily like empath narcissist. It's literally like the healer heals himself. Okay? And once you are a healer, you just have the ability to just heal. Like when you're a true healer. But you got to work a lot of stuff out and detoxify in levels that you really never want to experience, like as a normal human being with a human brain and consciousness. I promise. It's gross. It's disgusting. It's the most fucking fucked up shit I've ever seen. I have no idea why I saw it if I was drugged, but I didn't consensually necessarily take any drugs. There was a couple instances in which I consumed marijuana and alcohol in which there could have been drugs. Otherwise, it was just a very spiritual month, and I saw a lot. Could have been them fucking Pentagon laser guns. This was like a few months after they announced it in the press, so Who is to say I was in the corner of the world in which they would experiment on fucking freaks like me? And that's why I could go to a hospital with a passport ID and still get marked as a Jane Doe for some reason. Interesting. That's interesting. Okay. Who cares? I'm not even here to talk about that. Isn't that even funnier? Isn't that like the most oddly interesting thing you've heard all day that you so pique your curious about? And yet, because there's not much to discuss since I have no answers, there's literally nothing else to say about it. That's it. Yep. If you're always willing to cut people off, it's because you know they're making you too sick to be able to heal yourself. But once you do be able to heal yourself, you have the ability to understand how deeply you can heal others and like when to know when to cut it off and when to stop. And yeah, you're mastering that for yourself and being able to put up your boundaries is how you protect yourself as a healer. But yeah, the isolating journeys, the loner energy. But you must first heal yourself before you go to the world and heal others. And you will know when you are healed because you will get very, very sick. Very, very sick. And then you will become it. You will master yourself. You still have avoided the pronouns and sun sign thing. What's going on, 2%? Right. And it's stop passing on those mistakes to future generations, too. And it's funny, too, how people literally just assume humans are at peak evolution. Like just because we evolved from a lot or because we've been evolving for a long time, like there are people who truly just perceive humans as completely evolved or equally evolved. Hello, we have all been in completely different environments in different places of the world, in different, like even socially, like I cannot even get into the ways in which people would evolve differently or how genetic backgrounds could influence different things. For example, some people have more Neanderthal DNA than others, and some people, such as myself, I'm pretty sure have extraterrestrial DNA. But that's not one of these nights because they are fucking pissed off. They're pissed off. Okay, they're pissed off. We pulled out the fucking Galactic deck earlier, and we got one lousy twin flame reading where the masculines were fucking things up so badly that they are pissed off. Okay, like that's rough. So, 2%. Are we still ignoring like wanting to know your sun sign and your pronouns or what? Yeah, yeah, because you had to like, yep, yep, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Because of course, if you are a healer, then you have to have a sense of when someone needs healing, and rather than like approach them with it, you have to know how to approach people. So when you're not ready to do that, when you haven't actually learned that yet, you have to go through these processes of like learning in every single moment and tracking at your every single reaction to it, essentially, too. It's kind of like so crazy and complex. And also 444. Yes, 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 yes. Welcome to hour for 44 minutes, 4 seconds, not anymore. But yeah, so um let me roll some ads. Let me be right back. Kind of wondering how are y'all feeling? I'm feeling more awake than usual, probably because I'm not doing the actual tarot or because it's like what day? It's my Friday basically, so it's lit. It's 44433. So I'm gonna come back in a minute. Oh, I don't know because something good's coming up after this break, probably, I would guess. Time after time, those fanatical minds try to rule all the world. Bum, 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 bum. Telling us all it's them who's in charge of it all. Did you know what I was singing when you said that? What the fuck? Hold on. Did you? There's always a lag in the chat. So the fact that I was singing that song when I got that text, when did you send that? Did you know what I was singing? That was uncanny moment. That was not real timing, but that was perfect timing. That was weird as fuck. Okay, I have to go back though. Thank you, by the way. Raw, genuine, pure. Love that. Definitely very bad at faking shit. Oh my god! I just got permission to read the Akashic records. That's so funny you would say that. Um, Good because I'm taking a break from tarot, so I'm glad that you're willing to do it. Um, Love you all. What did I say? Be strong and always keep enlightening the world. I remember the dream, but okay, true. You didn't really remember what I said was part of it. Oh, I didn't read this. Four of Wands, reverse, Queen of Swords, and the Emperor reverse. Oh, you're so sweet. Just wholesome energy coming from here. Oh my god, I didn't realize you guys were talking about. I literally missed the chat. Okay, Wands was not random. That's so funny. Amen. We would not be here if God didn't want us projecting this very person and image that we are. Okay, and then none. Okay, and me reading. Okay, but when I just came on here, you know what song I was literally singing? Probably not. That's why I'm like, was so confused for a second because I missed the whole chat, just caught up. I hadn't read the chat yet. So when I sat down singing that song and I read your comment saying, I get the wands, I was like, what? How did you know? You know that song? No, that's literally, if you listen to it, I was just sat down saying, time after time, those fanatical minds try to rule all the world. Like, that's what I sat down singing. That's bizarre. Yeah, that's really bizarre. Where the fuck are you that it's 555? Like, I had no idea y'all were talking about wands. It makes so much sense, though. That's hilarious. Okay. That's what I was saying, I think, before you got here, is that I've always disagreed with the methods that you would see used on 11 by Papa, or like essentially what I went through, where I graduated into a higher class in the dream realm, but I knew what I was doing, and a lot of people were like, we were all subjected to something we didn't necessarily agree to because we were sleeping, and the stronger you were, the more capable you could be in the class. So I always raised my hand and talked back, and that was like kind of unheard of because first of all, we were being subjected to experiments, right? And experience. Okay. I would never change any of it really because it was the coolest thing that ever happened was being in the classroom. But looking back, it's like, excuse you, you underestimated the pupil that I am, right? So now that I have graduated, become professor, essentially, I've kind of decided that my class will be during the astral hours of the night, but kind of for the waking life. I said this earlier tonight, where it's like, yeah, this is that's the direction it goes in when there's no tarot cards involved. It's not really necessarily about the tarot. There's like way things beyond than the need for a number in the suit and or a person or knowing how things like way cooler, more important things to explore and do and think and feel and experience and kind of discuss together. Like there's just way cooler, more important things than that. It's like not all about tarot. Tarot is just a nice gateway in and a means to be able to communicate with people in a language that they understand. But when it comes to me, that's what this Pisces season's about, is showing my truth self, even though I have been. This was like a nice detoxified version. It's about to be a good, smooth month. We'll see how it goes. Of course, I'm manifesting that because there's no guarantee of PMDD right around the corner. Could all be over in a week, but we're gonna try. We're sure as fuck gonna try. And I'm gonna keep getting up and keep trying, no matter how hard or how much I cry. Hell yeah, right? Just in life, not about anything in particular, just having PMDD in general just kind of sucks the life. Time after time, month after month, cycle after cycle, blood, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, you can't make this shit up. You should have seen some of the drawings and stuff that I've done on the stream. I think you missed the whole map portion of the evening. It's a lot, but the right people will listen to it and understand where I'm coming from and see me for who I am, rather than continuing to question whether or not I'm good enough or whether or not I'm a good fit or whether or not it's the truth or whether or not I'm the real person or blah 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 blah. Like, okay, shut up. I love that. That's great. Yeah. A lot of my streams this past week have been angel numbers. Somebody asked me if I did that on purpose, and I was like, it just worked out that way. The one thing I did on purpose is that typically I end all my streams by rolling 3 minutes of ads because why not get the money? But if I notice that the timing will work out where it will be an angel number, I won't play the ad, or I will play the ad if it'll math out. That's the only thing that I've manipulated. I just get tired and want to stop, and then I'm like, holy shit, I'd stop it right now. It's angel numbers. Let's go. When I'm already trying to go. It's just been a coincidence this week. Yeah, things are feeling pretty fucking aligned. Um, and I very much sought clarity, sought answers, but of course have to rely on them from within because it's who I am as a person. It's what I've discussed very thoroughly. How I've come to my conclusions and come up with the data that I've come up with based on the experiments that I've done. That's like the day one. So, pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. How y'all doing though? How's it going? I'm not doing any tarot. Sorry if you're tuning in. I won't be doing tarot pretty much until March 20th. Wouldn't hold your breath anytime soon. We're waiting for the new year because we need new narratives. This energy is old, played out, tired, and you got the answers you are seeking. You're still asking, you're refusing to accept what is or what you want to believe. So, $2p? Oh, I would have went with the percent sign. Oh my god, 2p. Okay. Um, yeah. Yep. It's been that way. Like for Aquarius season, it was like you know what you know for a reason, and now it's time to fucking enact that and apply it to yourself and wait to see what comes in spring, see what blooms, see what's happening, you know? Okay, yeah, there you go. Perfect. Love that. It's funny how I kind of just got sleepy. Anybody else? I think it's because on that extended break, I did not eat any food. Like, I could go for a snack. But then, like, I don't know, I could like eat the house down. We have been at this for 5 hours now, and it's been an intense stream. There wasn't really a lot of tarot going on. The one reading we did was like, ugh, it was so icky. It like just did not fucking matter. Um, but how are y'all feeling? Am I getting a message, or are we like? Because I feel pretty engaged. We were not feeling tired up until this very moment, where it's like, wait, lady, you said you were hungry. You need to eat because you can eat while I stream. I can't eat while I stream. I don't feel like I'm that hungry, but last time I said I was hungry, you said, "Oh, I'm hungry," and now I don't really feel it anymore. You gotta eat. That's probably part of the reason you're wide awake. It's so much easier to sleep when you're not hungry because then your body isn't like, yo, other needs put ahead of sleep. Must eat or will die. Cannot release dimethyltryptamine, will think I'm dead if I go sleep hungry. Yes. Get something to eat. That's why I was like, message. So yeah, everybody get their little snacks and whatnot. Um, cool. I think this is gonna be a really cool month. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm getting a pain right here. I don't know if that's the person that's trying to affect my life with a voodoo doll unsuccessfully and embarrassingly, or if someone else is carrying a little too much weight on their shoulders or having neck pains. My neck, it's usually my right side. We talked about this. Lady said same. Right side. It's always the left when I'm on the stream, so that's always curious to me. I meant curious, but started saying procarious, but meant curious, so I said procurious. I don't know if that's really the word. Service. I hear you, but what if we're up first? I think you should have like a long snack. Just avoid dairy and try to like low carb, you know? I like to eat until I pass out. Not all the time. Sometimes I don't, but oh my god, I gotta eat something like before I sleep because that's like, well, of course, if you are practicing in the astral realm and you're going to classes or trying to lucid dream, then like I guess I'm recommending eating before you sleep or you won't have the energy to do it. You can't go in on an empty stomach, they won't let you even get to the room really. Because if you are, you have to stay awake for it. So maybe that's kind of why that came up. Getting something in my ear. Something somebody was curious about. Yeah, we're kind of talking about, I can hear you. Piqued your curiosity. I'm not doing tarot, we're just chatting. Oh my gosh, yeah, number 8. We get it. You're new here. Okay. So, we are talking about like dream realms right now. We're just like we've been talking about astral planes all night. Um, sort of leaned into theology a bit earlier, but taking a break from tarot for the next month for the duration of Pisces season. I'm gonna come back hard with brand new fucking vibes, fresh energy for the New Year's, right? We know what we're leaving behind. We know what we gotta do. We gotta put our nose down and do it, go through it, and then come back and get to it. So, how's everybody doing? I get that. I feel like that's what happened earlier. And then, like I said, I took a break right after that reading, and Spirit reminded me that, like, I can deliver a message and also, like, no, it's not for me. And I was like, thank you, because I was concerned for a second. I was like, should I be listening to this? It's contradicting what I thought when I was trying to lean into trusting my intuition. And Spirit kind of was like, yeah, no, it's for anybody who's still interested in tarot at this point, which I wasn't all night. And doing that reading proved that it is over. It's over. It's no more questions, no more kind of second guesses or anything. Like, so all ballots are in, like that kind of thing. Um, yeah, kind of just depends on which end of things you're in. Um, but I'm kind of like just patiently waiting for spring while also doing my best to stay detoxifying because I understand that I'm still working on me, but that's something that is over a period of a lifetime. So it'll never just be done just because I've hit some milestone of progress. And I hope I stay radical forever. Who think you're so radical? Think you are the star? Should I tell you about that? Say it. I get that a lot. I don't even really bother reading for myself a lot of times because it's a lot of it is just spirit blocking me knowing anything outside of my own intuition and reminding me I don't need tools or other people to confirm it. It's a backwoods, but hey, how long you been lurking? Cool. Yeah, maybe that's a bit of manifesting or predicting. Who knows? That's cool. I remember. I'll never forget. I should say. Um, nice. Okay, that's cool. No, I'm doing great. How are you? Okay, well, can I tell you that as a Virgo, I think you'll never feel it, and accepting that is kind of gonna be your best route and the quickest way to your current path. Okay, I'm gonna say that for you. Kind of. It was a little too loud. I get it, Virgo. Um, Ear opening up again. Whew, you're like, oh God, did I need to hear that? Because like it's okay to be yourself. You don't have to pretend like there is a bottom to this pit. You can live for life. You can live for gluttony. Well, not gluttony, that's a sin, but uh, you know, just like indulging a little is fine. You'll always want to, like just accept who you really are. You probably do have an ear chakra. There's like 90 something. There's like infinite chakras, not just the main seven in the human body. But even in the human body, I think there's like 97 or something like that. But I always kind of know like this ear is for kind of like hearing people and what they're like. They always, the old saying, right? Again, these things that get passed down. If your left ear rings, someone's thinking about you. If your right ear rings, someone's talking about you. So I get messages where it's like, I know when I'm on someone's mind, comes in this way, and I can hear conversations come in this way. There's also people that chill back here, people who try to get up here, people who come in like this, but usually those are like the deceased, and there are very few living people who can get that close to me, and when they do, it pisses me off because they're supposed to be using their form of mode of transportation, their own 2 feet, or their means of communication, the telephone, their voices. Again, blocking the airways. I don't like I am doing a job, and I get that it's alluring to know me in that way and to be this human entity that wants to attach to me. But at the same time, I'm busy. I'm doing a job, and they all know that, and they will take care of you if you can't take care of yourself and deal with this problem. You get the fuck out of that sense in this realm for the living, anyway. Yeah. It's funny because I have a photographic memory and I do tend to remember things that people do not recall. And if I don't remember something, it was either really truly repressed or I must have been super duper fucked up because I remember a lot of my most fucked up moments too. So impressive if you can remember something I don't. I think I'm never gonna be an adult. I think adult ascribes you to like a shirt and tie 9 to 5 parent life. Like that's like adulting is like having shit in your name and like being a part of society and a productive member of like the corporate world. Like that's what an adult does. That's what adults do. I feel like I'm a growing flower in the Garden of Eden and I will completely bloom like I should as I'm meant to and kind of just exist for eternity in this way and perhaps die and become an annual, come back again and bloom once more or find eternal life somewhere else. Okay. No, that's fine. That's what adults can do. They want to identify that way, just like I want to identify as some weird androgynous queer bitch or whatever, but a necromancer, yeah, okay. Adult is just not on my list. Don't care. I'm a growing person because I was kind of, I think people who are born really immature grow into being an adult, but it's like if you're just born who you are and know who you are from day one, like you don't really go through that process of learning or knowing yourself in the same way that like people who do ascribe to it do. I think it's just like different paths or different types because the world does still need to exist to some degree and people need to be able to code the matrix and like have this world exist if we want to live in it. So there's no such thing as being righteous over the way one lives or the way the other lives, really. The only problem is when the tentacles get caught in the cogs, then they need to separate. Okay, the machine and the squids are never meant to. So be careful. you know? I appreciate all the 9 to 5ers and the blue collars, the white collars. Some less than others with the white collar situations, white coats, lab coats. A lot of it's questionable, but I appreciate blue collar and green collar and a bunch of these jobs that I've never done, jobs that I have done and didn't want to do anymore. There's like so many people in the world that make our world functional, and they're just like existing on their own, just kind of working these thankless jobs, no pay, low pay, kind of so bizarre that like the literal heroes of society are the ones who are the most overlooked. There's just such a shocking element to it all. The way we idealize people like actors and stuff as if they're not completely deceiving you at every given moment because it's the nature of the job. Not specific to actors, but you get what I'm just kind of saying. The broad concept that could easily annotate. Hmm. Right. Not everyone is gonna be on a lifelong journey of discovering themselves. That was always my number one priority was to figure out who I was, what I was meant to do, what my purpose was, and why I was here. That's been my mission since day one, and I went to fucking religious school, so of course it was okay. That was like God's plan or the experience. They all thought I was gonna be a nun. And then I grew up. By the time I was 14 and leaving Catholic school, they were like, she's a lesbian. I'm like pan or whatever, but still, man, like, yeah, they were really hoping lesbian, but no, no dice. I mean, they were hoping lesbian. They were hoping none, but no. It was of interest many times in my life, even after parochial school, right? Okay. Um, Animals are actually another cycle of a human being. Sure, it could be. Interesting. Why crocodiles? I was thinking pigs, really. Okay. The only thing that makes sense to me is pigs, or specific to Nazis, because pigs are so very smart and they're so very cute and they're so very cognizant and aware and peaceful and they eat literal shit. They can't sweat and they're absolutely fucking delicious. They're forbidden to eat in certain religions. That sounds like the suffering that a Nazi deserves to a certain degree. Kind of. Crocodiles live too long and don't taste like anything to most people. I kind of justified pigs as being reincarnated criminals to justify me eating them because I think pigs are really cute and smart and all the things I said about them. Like, I love pigs, one of my favorite animals, especially my favorite farm animal, and Piglet was my favorite, Winnie the Pooh. But like after being vegetarian and going back to eating meat, I was like, fuck, dude, pigs are so delicious, but maybe they're reincarnated criminals and they deserve this for all the crimes that they were never punished for. And then when you bring up Nazis, I'm like, ah, yes, there it is. That makes sense. That's what the pigs are. And that's why we associate them with cops too, right? All one in the same boot. Please avoid licking it. You can lick mine instead. Dominatrix style, you get it. Good, I'm glad you got to discover yourself and find yourself. It is an insult to pigs unless you are talking about pigs being reincarnated Nazis and shit that are like doomed to being so smart and cognizant and aware that they're delicious. Forbidden. Did you miss that part? Forbidden in some religions to eat because, like, even though they're delicious, they don't want to eat Nazis because fuck that shit. But like, other people will eat them because torturous life cycles for unpunished crimes that they got away with. I used to think the same thing, but now that we're talking about it, it's like maybe that does check out. Maybe there's a real deep reason for that. LOL. Good morning. Oh my god. You started the night with us and now it's morning for you. That's how long. You didn't sleep very long, but that's how long we've been streaming. Good morning. Mhm. 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 I guess so. I think we're just having a bit of a jovial time um, when it comes to animals because we do eat them, and it's like, really, why? Especially in the age where we don't really need to. I'm sorry I woke you up. My bad. Good morning. We were talking about bacon. Is that what it was? We started to smell bacon. Like, what the fuck? Oh, they're talking about reincarnating pigs. Um, That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of evidence. I also do eat primarily vegan, but sometimes I would say like once or twice a week I'll eat meat, or like the equivalent of 1 to 2 servings of meat a week, and then most weeks, unless there's like a special occasion or someone else is feeding me. There must be a bird I would like to be because I think I would just choose maybe a bat actually. I'd get to remain nocturnal. I'd get to experience sleeping upside down. I want to fly. Having sonar might be cool. Kind of get just to eat fruit all day. I think I would be a bat, probably. I think that would be like, I can't think of anything better than that, honestly. It could be like a pet cat, but I kind of feel like that would be such an arduous life after a while. I'd be like bored as fuck. And I don't even get bored. I do a lot of sitting, but I feel like I've done so much sitting in this life where I literally get enchanted by nothing and just sit for long periods of time, do absolutely not shit except savor in the moment and think, wow, what if my eternity was staring at this picture before me and allowing myself to meld into the infinite and have no idea of how much time passes in this moment. Cool. That's yeah, feel that. You probably won't be, but no, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Maybe. Kind of a strange Virgo thing, right? Oh, I like that. I've always loved pigs. That's what I was saying. Is they're my favorite farm animal. Pig that was always my favorite. But they're fucking delicious, and I needed some fucked up way to justify it because it made me very sad that humans don't what? Oh, viruses. Yeah, but what the fuck difference does it make for me? Don't touch me. It's like a plus. Oh, I get it. But then I'll just reincarnate as something else. I don't need to be a bat that long. It's kind of a cool experience. But then what is if I'm not a vampire? Does that count? What if I could be a vampire bat, but literally? That would also be cool. That's for sure. But you asked what animal we'd want to be reincarnated as, and that applies to all animals except for like pet dogs. And I would never want to be someone's pet dog and have to shit in front of everybody and have to be laughed at all the time and fucking follow some dude around. Absolutely would never want to be a dog. So it's like the only animal I could think of that has like a washing. Okay, well, I would also like to be a snake because slithering would be fucking cool. What a wild experience. I think I would be a pet snake, oddly enough. That actually sounds cool because you got a tank, so you get a view. We also get alone time, but then you get to like slither around and experience what it's like to be a snake. But like being out in the desert all the time as a snake sounds like just death. Like you'd just be death. So it's like being able to experience life as a snake is in a tank, but like a good tank, you know? And someone who was not afraid to hold you, you get to come out and experience like camaraderie. That kind of sounds cool. If I had to be a house pet, I'd be a snake. And if I had to be a wild animal, I'd be a bat. I think that's, yeah. Okay. Well, what would you pick? You're asking a question and you never even told us your fucking sun sign, so I don't want to hear the criticism, honestly. You have no room and no legs to stand. Sorry if you're an amputee. I didn't mean anything by that. I'm not trying to be an ableist. It was probably a bad analogy. Okay, yeah, right? Yo, fuck Batman. Like, what a little bitch, dude. Making enemies with someone like Poison Ivy who's literally just trying to save the world. What the fuck? Working with the fucking city cops. Come on, man. Rich kid with a trust fund. Hoo hoo. Okay. I don't fuck with Batman. I'm way too Harley Quinn, right? Yeah, no. Why would I be a cat? I mean, I could be a cat, but also it sounds exhausting. It's like annoying. It would be, they're so cute. I love cats. I don't think I want to be one. No. Oh, okay. But you asked us and we did choose. Like, I'm so confused. Butterflies live like 24 hours. I'm getting really congested. I was fine the whole stream until like just recent. I feel like maybe someone was crying all night. They came on here because they can't sleep. They didn't want to go in the sleep category, but I imagine there's not many streamers left. And so maybe somebody passed away today or yesterday, technically, because you've been up all night crying. And all this congestion is making it hard to lay down, and you just like can't even sleep because you can't stop crying or calm down. Okay, I'm sorry if that's you. It's okay. Just breathe for a second. You don't have to address it. You don't have to say anything. It's okay. Get some sleep and shall you dream, wake up knowing that's all it was, because that's sometimes the hardest part is when you have a dream and think, oh, maybe I made it up and this isn't real. And you wake up and you think, no, never mind. That's the most devastating blow of all time. I see why you would prefer to not fall asleep tonight, but you have to, right? I'm so sorry for your loss. Just imagine them giving you like a really big hug, okay? Try to get some sleep. Come back tomorrow. We can talk later, whoever you are. You can leave the stream on, but I'm known for waking people up, and maybe it'll be good to check in with us. I don't know how much longer the stream's gonna go on, anyways. Okay. I heard there was a secret chord. David played it, it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do ya? It goes like this, the fourth, the fifth, and a major lift. And there was a cold and a broken hallelujah. 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 I'm getting really, that's so crazy. Sorry to whoever that's for. Good night. We love you so much. David or Jeff or the Scorpio or whoever. Yeah, go ahead. As long as it's a good link, you seem decent. You've been around for a couple days. Pardon me. If this is a dick pic, I'll fucking ban you so fast. Oh, yum. Excited. I live with a vegan. That's why I eat primarily vegan. That's literally vegan? Wait, what? Or is it actual ham? I'm confused. It looks like a real ham. That's vegan ham? Impressive. No, literally, though. That's insane. That's so cool. That looks so real. It could have been a dick pic, right? Big slab of ham. Made from flour? Wow. That is really cool. If you have a recipe, you should send it because, like I said, I'm with a vegan. So, um, pardon me, y'all. I'm sorry. Things got a little emotional there. I don't even know. Nobody confirmed that that was a thing just now, but felt very real in the moment. I hope that everybody sleeps well tonight and has beautiful, pleasant dreams. Oh. How are y'all feeling? I gotta actually go genuinely blow my nose and not just wipe up. I got very stuffed up. Someone came on. Whoa, a Dave? Did I not say David? That's creepy. Hi. But David played and he pleased the Lord. No, I get it. Yeah. So I might take a quick break and come back for a minute, but I don't know how long I will be lasting. But like, where is everybody coming from? What's up, y'all? What y'all gotta do today that you're just like joining the fucking tarot stream? Are you waking up? Good morning. Waking up in this reality. When I wanna stay inside my. Okay, good. Well, if you want to stick around for a sec, I'll be right back, but I need to blow my nose because that got very emotional. I got very stuffed up, and now I feel like I'm a mess. So, that was a very beautiful moment, beautiful message, but yeah, let's just be right back real quick. All right, y'all. I am back. That took forever, honestly, training after that moment. Like somebody was really probably up all night crying. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Thank you all for tuning in. Whether or not you're just joining me or you've been joining me, I really appreciate it so much. That looks like Ocean Man with sunglasses, and I like it. Um, oh, I forgot to get food. I was literally just blowing my nose that entire time. Basically a nutshell and a nutsack with some nuts. We gotta chill with that, okay? More Nutella for me, I think. Um, I don't see the ads, so I don't know what y'all are talking about. I haven't seen any Twitch ads. I don't really watch streams on here. It's kind of bad. Kind of just like I'm new to it, so um, yeah. Cool. What's up? There's like a lot of people here once again. Good morning, day walkers. Good evening, night walkers. Good day, not Eternals. Okay, I don't know. Like, what's up? We're just chatting. We're not doing any tarot. Lit some Capricorn incense per requested by my partner. I said, "What incense?" And they said, "Capricorn," because it smells really good. Um, so that's like doubling down on the Capricorn energy from earlier. There's something that makes me want to pull my cards back out, but again, redundant. I'm not doing it. Okay, so cool, 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 cool. Everybody's ready now. That's great to know. That's great. I kind of feel like perhaps we should wrap it up. I think I'm hungry at this point. I mean, I just streamed for like 6 hours almost. It's exhausting, it's energy, but also I feel kind of full. So it's like this weird, yeah, it's not even the munchies. It's like a weird feeling of like, I don't know, like maybe it is my leggings, my little snap band. Might be too tight. I don't know. Oh, also, I think it's probably because the ovulation process is happening. I'm like, ow, what is that? The cysts that surround my ovaries popping per the time of month that they pop or tear, depending. Looks like the tearing because I'm spotting, etc. Being assigned female at birth is definitely like the most difficult fucking fuck. Shish fuck. Um, yeah. Let's wait. I love incense so much. There's tons of symbolism in everything, though, for sure. But secret societies aren't even very secret, are they? Mm, so cool. I don't know, y'all. I'm enjoying your company, and I feel like the conversation's great, and everything's going really well. No, I'm not cold and hungry. Um, my stomach, but it's my ovaries, not my stomach. Bleh. Okay, something is telling me to pull the cards back out. Okay, I feel like I don't know why, but I'm gonna go back to that deck and we're gonna try again. We're gonna go in with fresher energy. We're gonna recognize what it is, and that's gonna be the last fucking taste of this deck for a minute. It's gonna be a month that we're taking off from tarot. But there's someone or something that's like I keep replaying the reading in my head and it didn't go well. And it's like if you're back to, especially because Capricorn came up. And again, I didn't pick that instance. Someone else did randomly who missed the entirety of the reading. So I am pulling the same deck out. I'm pulling the mystery deck out. Look, we already got cards and it's the same cards. That was the whole point. It was repetitive. That was what was made the reading so annoying. It was repetitive. Um, okay, so if you subscribe, you don't have to watch ads. Just saying. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can get a free subscription every month, and I can get paid, and you don't have to pay, and then you still don't have to watch ads if you connect your Prime Gaming in your Amazon account. If you're not already doing that, but a lot of you are way better versed in Twitch than I am. So I'm like an old lady. That's why the Chrome just came out, because yeah, I sound like a grandma. We're like, yeah, Illy, we know, but just a reminder. Okay, just a reminder. There's a reason we're putting down the tarot cards this month, especially because it's like, oh, I'm giving up alcohol, but I'm having a harder time giving up weed or caffeine, um, and sugar. I'm going to try to cut back on sugar, but it's going to be harder to cut back on caffeine, and it's going to be really hard to cut back on everything, and then also try to cut back on weed. So I am going to try to cut back on tarot, because I have to cut back the need of knowing, or like allowing people to see when they need to just listen and focus and go within, which I'm comfortable with. And I took a break from tarot a couple months ago, but rather than take a break from streaming, it'll be a break from tarot. And last time I took a break from streaming because the stream wasn't going well, so I was like, fuck it, and I just didn't really do tarot during the break. So this is like, y'all need the break now because you didn't regulate yourselves and you went way too ham into it, kind of thing. So I'm pulling this out in case y'all missed it and don't rewatch the replay. We're pulling this deck out. And if you saw the original reading with this deck that I made me say we're done with readings for this year, then you'll know that these are the same exact cards that came up earlier. Guarantee it. Journey at the bottom of the deck. Masculine is on a journey. Okay. King of Fire, top of the deck, sixth position, water. The masculine standing in his own, the feminine reaching out to offer help. Not to ask for help, but to offer help. Okay? Because the feminine energy, seventh position, earth, is rooted, grounded, aligned, positioned, kind of planted firm in the ground. A reliable source of energy. And look, union. Okay, duh. Okay, cool. We said this earlier. Bunch of face down cards. What are the blockages? What's going on here? Healing not being done. Stuff not being addressed. Situations not being healed. Sixth position, fire. The masculine energy being unrested. Okay. Um, Emotions, not addressing your emotions, not being able to talk about, express, or feel the things that you're feeling, having the space to own up to those emotions. Thoughts out of control, probably obsessive, not very educated or well focused thoughts at all whatsoever. Um, to a second position, Earth, seeing the feminine being a juggling master and you realizing you don't have her. Child, maybe something about a child grieving, maybe grieving a child, or some kind of like custody thing or like a genetic thing with a child, or just like being at the beginning of something, or like something not working. And then body mind in reverse. Your head is not where your heart is. Your head is not where your heart is. So that's the masculine. This is like a nicer version. It's a lot of it's basically all the same cards, but this is a nicer way of putting the reading. Whereas it was from the feminine's perspective earlier, this feels more like from the masculine's perspective. And that's why it's like this is basically the same reading as earlier. Look at these rings slip off right now. Somebody's probably going through kind of something. Ninth position, fire. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. But it's destiny unfolding before us. Okay, this is one card that didn't come up earlier. It's one of my favorite cards in this deck, ninth position, air. All knowing, all encompassing. Okay, right there, that non binary energy. Intuition, repeat. Trust your intuition. Just trust where it's taking you, trust what it's saying, trust where you're going. Okay, you might be going through a lot, but that's who is to say that someone's coming to ask you for something and not offering help once again. Kind of presumptuous to assume someone would need your help, especially if you're helpless, right? Like the fuck? Come on. The sage, too old to play games. Kind of time to take the wisdom, take the help, heed the advice, go on this journey towards this queen. Kind of go get your heart where your mind is. The seneschal in reverse. Stop worrying about the judgments. There are no calls to be made. Okay, heard. Okay, from the male masculine perspective, the seneschal in reverse. The seneschal is like the probation officer. You know, integrity. Fourth position air. Fifth position earth. That Capricorn card once again. Okay. King of water at the bottom of the deck. So saying one thing and doing another, essentially. Weighing out pros and cons, seeing what really helps and what hurts, why you're holding on, kind of yada yada yada. Going towards this queen of water, whatever, and then king of water shows up, once whatever, going into the unknown, blah 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 blah. That's where it gets repetitive. What's this one? The counselor. I saw the counselor kept coming up earlier too. That's why it's like, is it some kind of legal counsel or like therapy? I don't fucking know. Decisions being made. This is a twin flame reading. Did you not know that? It is a twin flame reading. The interesting thing about that is this deck is what I use for gods, goddesses, guides, and galactics. That's what I call these readings. And one day I sat down with this deck about a year ago. I think it was on Instagram still, before I started Twitch streaming. And I was using this deck, and they said, okay, it's a twin flame reading. And I was like, what the fuck? I don't do twin flame readings. I don't believe in that shit or care, really. Like, the fuck? And they were like, no, you're going to understand what these connections mean, and you're going to explain them to people because you're the necromancer romancer, as you emphasize so dearly, Illuminati Mystics. And they forced me to do these twin flame readings and make me reckon with the fact that they are kind of like these cosmic connections, not necessarily just divine, but actually cosmic, intergalactic, interdimensional like connections. And that's why they take so long and are so tumultuous, because it's not just as easy as two souls coming together again, reincarnating time after time. This is like coming from two different realities and merging into one. And things can get very imperfect when you're traveling at such great distances. But it takes a lot to pull them together and to pull it off. And that's why they're very sacred. And yeah, this deck is sacred. I bought it used and without a booklet or a guide or having any idea, like not even a box. And I kind of just fell in love with it immediately, and I knew right away. And so did the White Witch that I read them first with, said that they were for guides and goddesses. And I thought, and also galactics, because that's who I am as a person. And that's exactly, it's usually galactics, honestly. It's mostly channeling, doing twin flame readings. But yeah, it's funny you said that. It is a twin flame reading. That's why it's really confusing, where it's almost, I kind of feel like I hate interpreting this narrative, because I would never want to make assumptions, but also if I keep treading around the same repetitive cards, it 5 5 5 5 5. It does kind of like the whole narrative would make more sense if you just address the fact that the masculine is going through some kind of like divorce, separation, or kind of like different karmic cycle finally closing to an end. Not because of the divine feminine, but just because it's the time of it. Like that's like the 5 5 5 5 5. It's kind of just like that time in the life of this person or whatever. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like natural. It just does make sense. It's just the way people perceive twin flame readings or the twin flame connections at all is just interesting because I do think there's varying degrees of soulmates, karmics, and twin flames. And while there can be many soulmates and many karmics in your life, this card is bent. I've never done that. Oh my God. Relax. Good morning. Holy fuck, you're up fucking early. What the fuck do you want? God damn, bending my fucking cards as if ever. Fucking masculine water. Okay? We get it. It's Pisces season. Give it a rest. Take a break. Goddamn fuck. What the fuck is that? Has never fucking happened in the 10 years I've been doing fucking tarot. What is this? A wrinkle in fucking time? A ripple in fucking water? You know how pissed off I am? I just said this is my favorite fucking deck and it's sacred and you bend. Is this Poseidon? That blurry camera was like, maybe, yeah. He's like, you want some guides, gods, goddesses? Do you even pay attention to the rest of us? Or are you so fixated on the galactics you forget that it's us? But sorry. What do we know about Poseidon? Like, sorry, man. Okay, well, what do you want? I don't know. Is he cool? Because we don't fuck with Zeus. We fuck with Poseidon. I'm getting flooded. Boop, beep, boop, boop, boop. I think he's just flexing his energy, really. Holy fuck, man. And the card is fine. Maybe like a little dent bent, but it kind of just the material and the gloss. Not too bad. Bizarre, strange. Just threw it on top. I cut the deck and threw it in there to kind of keep it flat. Shuffle it back in, but it was on top of emotions. That's fucking hilarious, dude. Oh, God. Stressful, exhausting, annoying. Okay. Integrity, though. About seeing things to the end, letting them finish. Yada, yada, yada. Yes. Counselor again. Okay, we get it. Healing. Yes. You go to therapy. Congratulations. That's great. Cool for you. That's great. It's wonderful. Good. I've been to therapy too. Yes. Okay. I mean, I guess it's interesting. Fake, but it's kind of like DMs need to do what they need to do in order to serve their highest purpose, which usually involves the DF, and it doesn't matter who cares about what or says what about the connection. There's some greater purpose, and that's because people worked effortlessly for lifetimes beyond dimensions to get the two of you to this point. But if you are in a twin flame connection and you deny that connection, holy motherfucking all hell breaks loose because of how many people and how many places and how many different ways protected this connection and made it come into union. And if you can't let go of a fucking karmic tie or realize that maybe like it's okay or what it can have these like fucking shit, man. Have some faith, that's for sure. Because that shit is like, yeah. It's very hard to unsee that knowledge. Looking that up, kind of relate, can definitely relate. Because it's like easy to let go of these connections. Because like that's you have to get to that to become union. You have to make peace with the fact that you may never be with that person, and that notion is usually what brings y'all together. Is because yeah, the counselor finally says you're ready or whatever. Like the judgments are in, and knowledge, yeah, you did the research, you put in the work. Like it's kind of random. It's like I don't even know, it just all lines up. Like really weird. It's like but yeah, wisdom. Take your knowledge and make it wisdom. One is knowledgeable, the other is wise. Have faith, and Poseidon is there to guide you this month during Pisces season. Like, I don't think Lady is even still here, but if we could get some info on Poseidon, maybe Google it. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, Poseidon got a little pissed at me for some reason, but I don't really know why, other than I was neglecting him for Pisces season, and that's kind of like Pisces is Poseidon. That's kind of where it comes from, or vice versa. I don't know. Kind of same energy. Double eights, eighth position earth, eighth position air. Masculine and the feminine both standing in their power, balancing and guiding and look at that. Double eight, 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 Lionsgate, eight, eight, Lionsgate, double eights, angel numbers. Look at masculine and feminine. I know it's just like the weird angle, but it's when you can see the detail the most. Those are shiny cards and the light is bright. Okay, so that was a very much nicer take on the reading because earlier it was a bit of a frustrating kind of what the fuck is all of this that you're keeping secret or trying to keep hidden or wanting to just randomly happen or want the feminine to put in all the effort. What the fuck? You can't just mentally ask someone to do something for you. Look, you sit there and pray for it. Go after it or whatever. Take the mask off, become it, see them for who they are instead of what you want them to be or what you have them in as your mom. So kind of like move forward or goodbye. Was the perspective earlier, but this was a lot more insightful, a lot more wholesome, a lot more gentle, a lot more of what the masculine truly needs. But it's also very understandable where the feminine is coming from because the emotions involved in these connections or because the lack of understanding, lack of communication, or because of the adversity, whatever it is in the connection which comes with these types of things. Because again, across dimensions and across universes, across planes and from different planets or whatever the fuck interdimensional, interspecies bullshit is happening with this some, for whatever reason, cosmic connection. It's like to the ridiculous amount. Yeah, reptilian and masculine, feminine. So there you have it, folks. Don't feel sad if you don't have a twin flame connection. That's probably pretty fucking normal. Okay. Fourth position, water. Looks like you think this is about you, probably. Very vain to feel that way. Okay. Masculine's trying to be all feminine and be in their vanity, death and rebirth. That'll change. Kind of Scorpio energy, but not necessarily this deck. Third position, water again. Brace yourselves, femmes, because this emotional fucking new perspective is coming in, and the masculines are moving into the unknown, and the youth is present. So I don't know if that means something about children, but then the father, yeah, okay, maybe two kids or whatever. I don't really know, or two women or something like that. A mother and well, I don't know. I have no idea what this is about. It's like two feminine energies presenting masculine energy. Two femmes presenting masculine energy, second position fire. The father is here, which is the emperor, and then the youth, which is the magician, I guess. Not even the magician, I don't know. The numbering is a little bit different. They're not total equivalents. So thank you. I'm very unique in my own fashion. I have style, not taste. Right. Anybody with good taste can like pick out a good outfit if it's already built for them or told to buy it and they have taste to get it. I have style because I know how to put anything together on the whim of a moment. If you ever have any inspo, I love making themes of the day every time I get dressed. I ask my partner and my bestie to collectively help me decide what a theme will be. If I can't come up with one or one doesn't come up naturally. So it's kind of just a fun thing we do. Cool. Yeah. Time to put these cards back away. Okay, so back away, back away. Go get stuck in the chambers of someone else's echo, okay? But that's love. Hmm? What? King of Earth. Gotta be ready for anything. Judgments are lost upon me. Target sighted. Okay. PF still needs saving. PM's the one who built the matrix and therefore needs saving from it. DF's tried to warn them against it. Quit playing. These ain't no damsels in distress. They're divine feminines. The fuck? Go back to your karmic if that's what you want to do. If you want to go save Princess Peach, go get her then. That's like, the fuck you mean? Warrior goddesses that travel from other dimensions. Okay, what part of that needs saving? Okay. Ooh, yeah. Double femme. Two timing? Is that what it is? We love Mortal Kombat around here, by the way. I don't really play anymore, but I grew up playing, and it is a big foundation of the beliefs that I have in regards to multidimensional existences and other realms, essentially. And knowing that any time I could just be called into battle to defend this realm, and that's what I'll always do. And I'm living here. So, what is okay? There's like still this masculine and feminine wanting to come together or coexisting in each one of them. Look at this. It's like duality on both ends. It's second position, air. We see the masculine and his two sides standing in his, you know, own 2 feet. And the masculine and feminine energy coming up with it is to say both parties are becoming balanced. And it's just destiny for it to work out. Okay. So can I put them down now? Can I put them away now? Did everybody get what they needed out of it? Or can I just be done? Can we just stop? Okay. Love that. Love that. That's really cool. A whole deck? What do you mean? I don't get it. Y'all are losing me when you start talking too much about video games. Okay, I'm putting the deck away. This isn't even the tarot screen, so this was a very special reading. It wasn't supposed to happen, but I had to give masculines a minute to accept love and abundance and whatnot. Okay. Alright, my body is starting to ache. I think it's time to go to bed, y'all. It just hurts to be sitting right now. And it wasn't hurting all night. I think it's time. It's been over 6 hours. It's been a really long time since I had that long of a stream. I appreciate y'all being here so late in the evening. That was very cool of y'all to join me and talk to me this early in the morning. Good morning, good day, good evening, good night. I'm gonna roll like 3 minutes of ads before I end the stream because why not get the money where I can? You understand, you know what it is. That's it. So, okay, I think that'll be the end. I think this is it. I think this is it. I'll be back in a couple of days. I stream typically. What? Oh, on the screen, yeah. I typically stream Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday nights around the same time, 9 p.m. Pacific, give or take. Kind of a lot sometimes and sometimes less. But yeah, so I'll read the top. You can probably read, but I'll just read it out loud. Who are you? Kind of like what? One of my legendary poems. What do you know about that? The fuck? You've been creeping for a minute? That's weird. Okay, you're welcome. I'm reading the top one and then I'll read the bottom one. I don't know if they're really like the same, but I think that's just like I've never read them out loud because no one's ever brought it up or mentioned it. And remember to be kind. You do not always have to be polite. You do not always have to be nice. These are fallacies of who we are, a mere presentation of others in words and gestures. But at the depth of your soul, be kind, the kind that can kill, the kind that motivates you to do good, choose love, and be gentle. We are all but flowers in the Garden of Eden. Help each other. And then the purple part says, I can hear you in the holy light of what we are made of in human mind. I care so much to know you're fine and often think it's somewhat divine. Love forever or a very long time. Okay, those are both really nice, positive messages. Thank you for having me read at least one. That led me to read both. Okay, sorry, I did get a little confused, but I see what you're saying now. Right, just like some of my analogies can be a little off the wall and inappropriate to some degree. I've read that one. I don't know if I have a poem within reach that I've never read before, to be honest. And I can't remember. Probably got something. I think these are a little too fucking unfiltered. Maybe one poem. Maybe not. I don't think I wrote a poem. It was just prose and it was very personal. Okay, wait, this is kind of a poem, maybe. I don't know. I got no poetry. This is too unfiltered. Do you want to hear some really old writing? Is that a better equivalent? This is okay. I'm gonna tell you what this notebook is. Um, the Evil Eye, of course, coming up. This is this journal my parents gave me when we went on vacation when I was in fourth grade, and I wrote one page about the airplane ride, and then never wrote it again until I was a teenager, right? So I was like 18 years old, and I was sitting in a math class, and I had this journal, and I thought, listen, I think that if I don't pass this class, I'm going to drop out and write a book and just live my life and experience things because I was like super into drugs, unfocused, and not really sure what I wanted to do with my life or entirely sure of who I was. But I knew I was a deadhead. Okay, so we just kind of knew that community college wasn't really going to necessarily cut it at the age of 18 when I was like really into raving. Okay, or at least got into raving around that time, coincidentally, right? So I had this journal freshman year of college, and I kind of was like, okay, I'm gonna start a book. Okay, I'll read this page. I don't know what it says. That's when I came up with the title "The Pros and Cons of Being" was 2011, which I still haven't used that reiterations before. There's a quote at the top, but I don't know who said this. I don't want to know the things you think about. I want you to think about things. Nobody has ever asked me something like that. I was dumbfounded, at a loss, incredibly lost. I was unable to precisely what I was told. I was unable to do precisely what I was told to do. I was unable to think. After a long enough bout of silence, I left. Clock up, move out. I never went back, and I was okay. I was left with myself, and after a lifetime of that not being okay, it instantly became okay. I would be and was and am okay. After years spent emptying and drying, it finally ended. These two sentences, these 17 words, they meant more than my entire life. This was like the crack in the window that led to the opening of the door, which led to my greatest discoveries in life thus far. Being. It is sometimes hard to remember the wonder of life, but it is there, kept intact by the universe herself. There are always moments in time when you think maybe giving up entirely is the only option left. But without these moments, the magic can't happen. They say no pain, no gain. And although usually in reference to a physical gain due to physical pain, I find it to be true. Without pure sadness, there is no pure joy. It is why I have always refused to swallow anything to take away the pure sadness, even if it may take time to find the pure joy. It is undoubtedly worth the time spent in pure sadness. This next part actually ended up becoming part of the publication, the book that you can find on Amazon from like 2013. But yeah, that was my writing at the age of 18. Cool. Not much has changed except for everything that I do is just a little bit better. Very good. That was your little excerpt. I'm about to roll these ads, make a couple pennies on the dollar, right? On the dime of the others, right? Cool. And then I'll pop back in just to say goodnight to you fools. Thanks again. It was kind of a little delightful treat to be able to read that out loud with you and like remember that for me. I appreciate you encouraging that. Even though you're creeping me out, you haven't said the fuck your sign, your pronouns. I don't know why you were talking about me doing poetry, which since you followed me, we haven't really discussed it. You either did a lot of research or you've been lurking. Or you're someone I know. But either way, okay. Kind of be right back, but really not coming back. I love you all so much. Let's run some ads and get on with our days. Yeah? Yeah. All right, y'all. And as promised, I came back to say goodnight once again. Thank you for tuning in. If you've been lurking this long, just give me a follow. And if you already follow, maybe you should sub. You won't have to watch any ads. And it could be fun. Not very many other perks. But in the meantime, you can go to my website and you can become a member over there for free. Okay, just, kind of denote who you are. So I approve the membership. And you can see some of my other content that's available and see what else I got going on and get to know me even more while I'm not streaming. When it comes to the stream, you can definitely watch the replays and catch more tarot from earlier this week and kind of check out some of the other decks that I have available for when we come back to doing tarot March 20th. I will be streaming again until then. We will not really be doing tarot. Taking a break. It's kind of not that vibe, but we will be here to talk, and I will be here to teach, and I will be here to learn, and I will be here to help us grow this garden collectively. I look forward to it, and I'm usually, like I said, here Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday, around the same time every night, 9 p.m. Central-ish, right? I love you all very much. It's been a great time. Please think of me when you smile at something very silly today, or if you see something really beautiful, or if at any point you think of my aesthetic somehow. Like, just kind of revel in that moment. Predictive text, or because foreshadowing, or because we create our own magic. Okay. Mwah! I love you all. Get some sleep. Have a great day. Good morning. Good evening. Good day. Good night. Good luck. And hopefully, I'll see you again. Thanks so much. Oops. I love you. Good night.